Ding dong, bing bong. Alright. So where we last left off, uh, Sakura was super dead. Like, probably poisoned and then smacked on the head. Is my theory. But we'll find out gonna find out who did it and destroy them. Although I don't know who it is, honestly. I will find out. Started. Okay, load game. Deadly life. Investigation. Yes. Continue. Yes. Alright. Fuck. Let's look at the stuff that's on the ground. There are shards of glass scattered all around the chair Sakura was sitting on. The glass is all red, and these are top and bottom sections of a bottle, right? So this must have originally been a bottle. Nice. Shards of glass on the floor. There's something else on the ground near the glass. It's a figure. It fits in the palm of my hand. It's a Monokuma figure. SP. Looks like some kind of wrapper.
Huh?
Ah, that's... You recognize it, Hina? Well, yeah. I mean, I gave it to her. That's a candy wrapper. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So, after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help her calm down a little. So you gave that candy to Sakura. Found a big box of it in the warehouse. I really like them. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. I made sure nobody else could get their hands on them. Really like them that much? But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now, they've lost all their flavor. Hina. What else can I look at? Have I looked at her body specifically? Sakura drew her last breath, sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of the blow to the head, Sakura said. Normally, I wouldn't have any problem believing that's what killed her. According to the Monokuma file, she had also vomited blood. And I can see a trace of blood on her lips for sure. So, what would have caused her to vomit blood? Poison? The Monokuma file specifically said she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Status of Sakura's body. Maybe her getting hit on the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood? No. Not a chance. Byakuya.
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on a most interesting location. Interesting?
Naturally.
Yes, most interesting. Don't you agree? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't think I'd call it interesting. But it does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to why she died. Oh, Huh? The locker's open. And there on the inside... It's... handprint?
Why?
What's a handprint doing here? Oh? Gonna find out. It looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and it left a handprint in all the dust. The person who did it's gonna fit the hand.
It's true.
And it looks quite fresh too. I'd say someone was hiding here in the locker, and they left behind a little something extra. Uh-oh. So then, maybe the killer hid in here until the locked room was opened, don't you think? And during all the confusion, they popped out and joined the rest of the group.
Wrong.
Unfortunately, that's not a possibility. Yeah, they would have seen him. Huh? Why not?
Hey.
Think back. Before we opened the door, we looked inside the room, right? Oh yeah, the locker was already open at that point. Yep.
Indeed.
Excuse me. Ooh, I'm sorry. So there's no way someone could have hidden it in there until after we opened the door. Yeah, so then what does this handprint mean? Nice. Locker handprint. Oh. There's a blood stain in front of the magazine shelf. It must have come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? She walked over to sit where someone smacked. Wait, no, that's not what I clicked on. That was definitely not what I clicked on. Whatever. Bottle. Uh-oh. There's some kind of plastic container rolling around near the entrance to the room.
So...
It looks like a protein drink, and it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. And she mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments.
Wrong.
I wouldn't take that to heart if I were you. I know. So, this protein can... It's... uh-oh. It's got a label on it that says Chem A-2. That reminds me, Sakura mentioned how the chem lab had all kinds of health stuff. So she must have gotten this from the chem lab.
Just a second.
That's strange. Huh? What is?
Hey,
You see what's scattered around the can. Oh. I thought that was from the window. Oh, shards of light blue glass. They must be parts of the window I broke to get inside.
correct.
But they aren't just scattered around the can, they are also underneath. Oh. Why does that matter?
So,
I can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. Yep. I feel like it'll become an important clue later on. An important clue? I'm not sure I see how. Oh, I'll figure it out eventually. That'll get me up. The same shelf full of magazines. There's all different kinds of magazines here. This. There are 4 red bottles lined up on. And inside each bottle, there's some kind of Monokuma figure. What I'm wondering is how they get those figures inside the bottle.
so,
It's no different from your standard ship in a bottle. Huh? You know, where the bottle's opening is smaller than the boat placed inside. Never seen that. Oh yeah, maybe I have. Yeah, I've seen them. They're pretty cool.
in other words,
So this is Monokuma. This is the Monokuma version of that. A Monokuma bottle. I feel like I'm finally starting to make sense of things little by little. Monokuma bottle sitting on the shelf. Monokuma figure we found on the ground. Red shards of glass, which probably started out as a bottle. Would mean Sakura must have been hit in the head with a Monokuma bottle, right? The shards of glass and the Monokuma figure are evidence of. I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle is a weapon. Okay? Got this. The chair was shoved up against the doorknob, so we couldn't get the door open. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. Oops, my bad. Okay. This door is the only way in or out of the rec room. The door doesn't have a lock, and there's no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna set an alarm for midnight so we can celebrate it in time. Action. Right. So once my phone starts screaming, that means... And... no longer blame... fact, this... The only notable change to the door is... window. Which happened, of course, when I broke it to get inside. There's no evidence that any kind of string... what? Oops. About the door itself. Having examined both the door and the chair, there's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved. Kept the doorknob from turning and the door from opening. And there was no evidence of the door or a chair being tampered with or not. So the killer must have created the locked door from the inside, not the outside. This chair. Oh, it's gonna be the... Oh. What do you want? You're bothering me. Go away. Not even trying to hide how much he despises me. I better go before he crushes my soul completely. Hey.
However,
But for Sakura to have been killed. Yeah, she's not the type who would go down without a fight.
it's true.
Certainly didn't, I would say. He was the ultimate martial artist, strong in body, mind, and spirit. So how is the killer able to get the upper hand on her? I wonder, did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right?
Certainly.
Certainly. They they would have needed to if they expected to stand any chance against her. Aw.
What the heck?
You already know who did it.
I won't forgive you.
Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It had to be one of them. Well, she's probably not wrong. But they couldn't stand the sight of her. You agree with me, don't you? Well, okay. Ina's acting really sus right now. So I'm kind of suspecting her right now, and I really don't. I just don't. Well, I don't want to say anything for sure without finding out more. Then let me help you find out more. You see, Sakura asked all three of them to meet with her. Nowhere, right here in the rec room. What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning. Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. But when I saw her again after that, she told me. She'd said she'd left a note for each. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon. The Monokuma file said she'd died right around then. I'm telling you the truth. I heard it right from Sakura herself. And I tried to stop her. But she wouldn't listen. She said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. And this is what happened. If I'd stopped her, by force even, this never would have happened. Well, you know, you can only do so much. I mean, Eventually, people make their own decisions. Ina, it's impossible not to have regrets. No. Oof. Nice. But the fact that she had asked those three to meet with her, and she asked them to come to the rec room. Oh, sorry. At noon, the same time and place she ended up dying. It might be good to confirm what I just heard with the three of them direct. Okay. Oh. Yakuya?
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? So you found out. Interesting. Well, he's in the room! Then it's true? I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would do what it said and risk being killed by that monster? Ugh. Oh, you didn't go see her? Of course not. I ripped the note to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Byakuya says he didn't go see her. Is that the truth? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Because he's way more likely just to not go at all.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. Okay, thanks. Everyone's getting more and more pissed off. Yeah, I don't blame them.
Listen.
Well, Makoto, have you finished with your general investigation? Yeah, I think so. For the most part.
So then.
Then you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't leave.
Listen to me.
Which is why I've decided you'll go in my place. She's decided? Well, at least she's a bit nicer about it than Byakuya was. She's gotten a lot more pushy since we had our issue. But she's right, I do have to go talk to the others. Sakura wanted to meet with two other people. I need to hear what they have to say. Okay. It's the Monokuma file! Okay, how do I get out of the room? Oh wait, did I just... Those other two probably went back to their rooms. It's... Oops. Let's have it. There's a computer thing happening. Monokuma file! Just... Fixed it. We fixed it. We good. What the fuck? Toko. I pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. And after a few seconds... Uh-oh. Huh?
Who's there?
Oh. No. Ah, the most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
How?
On a firework
What do you
gone
want?
outside.
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
Oh. She didn't look like she was in a good mood.
Hey, I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hall. That's Toko's movement.
What do you want?
You said you wanted to talk to me about something? Reaction. I wanted to talk about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you. What?
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about. Byakuya already told me he had asked to meet. What? You were wanting to meet with Master too? I just said two, didn't I? Yeah, fucking Toko. I guess this is totally obvious, huh? Yeah, pretty much. But can you tell me about it? I admit it, I did get the note. But I didn't go see her. I was so scared. So I couldn't bring myself to go. Tako claims she didn't go see her, but can I really believe her? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Is that good enough? Then I'm going back to my room. With that, Toko quickly retreated into... Nice. Here's... what he lives like. I pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong make bong. After a few seconds.
You know?
What's up, Makoto? Did you need something? Yeah, actually. I just wanted to check something. About how Sakura wanted to meet with you. How'd you know about that?
Could it be?
Wow, did you maybe gaze into my soul? Have your special abilities awakened in you? But I'm not the only one she wanted to meet with. Well, Toko didn't. Ogre told me herself that she asked Byakuya and Toko to come too. What? When did Sakura tell you that?
What?
Oh, well,
Um.
she asked me to meet with her, of course. But did she write you a note? Yeah, no, she,
How about that?
what? She gave it to me in person, and she happened to mention the others, like, in passing. Gotta be... Hiro, come the fuck on. So then you went and met with Sakura?
You got it all wrong.
No way, I totally didn't. Why would I ever do that? Yeah, definitely suspicious. Come the fuck on, Hiro.
Actually,
The last time I saw Ogre was when Hina got hurt and I took her to the nurse's office.
look at me.
I haven't seen her since. While I'm here, could you show me the note she gave? Do I still have it? Let's see. Hiro was feeling around in his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Ah, sorry, it looks like I don't have it anymore. With a big, goofy smile on his face, he pulled his back out of his pockets. Oh, fucking... Why is everyone lying? But when he did, I saw something flutter to the ground. Something had fallen out of Hiro's pocket. Oh. Ooh. Huh?
Huh?
Ah. Ah. Fuck. Quick as the wind, Hiro snatched it back up again. And shoved it back into his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Sorry. It's just a bit of trash I forgot to throw out. Trash?
What?
Anyway, I can't deny that Ogre asked to, but I never went. So, well, if you'll excuse... Okay, why is everyone acting so stupid? Guess they're teenage. Well, he's an adult, right? I guess whatever you can call an adult. Before waiting for a reply, Hiro quickly slipped back into it. Hiro said that was just trash, but there's no way that's all there is to it. He wouldn't have screamed. Like, pocket trash. Okay, so I've heard from Toko and Hiro. What next? I'll definitely have to look at the actual crime scene again. But on top of that, maybe I should find out more about the protein floor of the rec room. I'm sure it must have come from the chem lab. So, where should I start? To the chem lab. Fuck is that? I think it's the top floor. Mystery lab is top floor that we have access to. Okay. Wait. No, it was chem lab, not. Oh, man. I love the sexy sax. And make you feel like a true detective. Oh, wait. Do I go back in there? I go back in there, I guess. Oh. Let's tell her what's up. So, Makoto, how's your investigation going? I told Kyoko what Toko and Hiro had told me.
I see.
I see. So, along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. But it's all too convenient. Someone must be lying. Either Toko or Hiro. Someone's lying. Well, fucking of course.
Anyway,
Well, I've made some progress of my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of magazines, and the Monokuma bottles. These three things have revealed new clues. You'd do well to look them over one more time. What the fuck? Fucking magazine. Kyoko said the magazine shelf was hiding a clue of some... clue. Oh. Huh? This magazine upside down. Someone put it back that way on accident?
Hey,
Something catches your eye. It's important for you to explore that in detail. Yeah, you're right. I picked up the inverted magazine and flipped through it. So it's not Toko. On one of the pages near the center of the magazine, a word had been written in bold, bloody letters. And it said Toko. Could this be a a dying message?
correct.
Then it would appear you found it. Yoko, is this?
So,
It is indeed a dying message. Someone used their finger to write it. A dying message.
however,
But just to be clear, I'm the one who put it back up. I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. I made sure to put it back exactly as I found it, for the benefit of others who might come looking. Hey, is that? That says Toko, right? Hina, calm down. Don't make a scene. Yeah, it looks like it.
What the heck?
Then she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet.
I won't forgive you.
It's settled. The killer for sure. That's conclusive evidence, right? You can use it to corner the killer. I can see why you would think that, but it just seems too easy. If anything, it makes me that much more suspicious. Yeah, obviously. Nice. Because it was done when the blood was fresh. Oh. I don't know. Okay, dying message. Was this supposed to... I think Kyoko said she found a new clue involving the Monokuma bottle. Something new, something new.
hey,
So, did you figure it out? Hidden correlation with the bottles. Pay careful attention and you're sure to find it. Relation. Hey Kyoko, can't you just tell me what it is?
so,
I don't mind guiding you toward clues, but giving you my conclusion is... Each person needs to come to their own conclusion, so that everyone can have confidence. It's not just because you don't trust me, right? No answer? I do trust you to a good degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. Only to a degree? Nice.
hey,
There's one other thing about the Monokuma bottle. I'd like to do an experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right? Experiment?
anyway,
Can you gather up all the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle? Try to get the smaller pieces, too. Huh? You sure it's okay to mess with the crime scene like that?
that doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. That obnoxious Byakuya's not here, so...
So then,
Anyway, I need you to get something from the chem... I need to get something from the chem lab. While I'm gone, try to gather up all the glass. Thanks. That Kyoko left the room. I really don't know what this is about, but... What choice do I have? I better just do it. I took the broom and dustpan and got to work, collecting all the broken bottle pieces. And just as I finished up... Sorry to keep you waiting.
so then,
Is everything ready? Then let's get to work. So, what kind of experiments are we doing?
in other words,
I got a scale from the chem lab. I'm going to use it to compare weights. Compare weights of what? The pieces of glass you collected and one of the Monokuma bottles that's still intact. Why do you want to do that? What's the point of the experiment? It'll make sense when...
listen.
Oh. Science. First, let's compare the weight of 2 of the normal Monokuma bottle. Nope, it's not quite balanced. It's balanced,
In other words,
which means each Monokuma bottle weighs about the same. Which makes sense. The Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight.
so then,
Now here comes the important part. Put all the pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. Now what might we expect to see? Well, a normal assumption would be either they'll balance out or the pieces I collected will be lighter. I did my best to get them all, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there.
so then,
Okay, then let's give it a try. Huh? The broken pieces are heavier? Huh. The Monokuma figure. How's that possible?
I knew it.
Just as I thought. What?
In other words,
The results of our experiment and the correlation between each of the bottles. Put it all together.
hey,
And I believe you will arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. So, what do you think? It's all on you. I don't get it. Someone added more glass pieces? One broke more bottles? I'm not smart enough for this. Yeah, I think we have to check her body again. According to Kyoko, there's still something to be discovered from Sakura's body.
just a second.
Just staring off into space isn't going to help you figure anything out. Well, yeah, I know, but
Hey,
don't you think you might need to actually examine the body?
whew,
There's no getting around it. Unlike me, Kyoko didn't recoil at the thought of touching a dead body. It was completely unemotional. It's the kind of thing I've grown perversely used to. Although though there are still some times I can't believe how calm you are. No matter how many times I see a dead body, I can't get...
it's true.
That's totally normal. Yeah, that is totally normal. Then how can you... I'm not normal.
So,
I imagine it's I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the... What? Sorry, never mind. Yeah, she's like the ultimate investigator or something.
Hey,
Oh, more importantly, look here. Her shoes?
correct.
See that yellow powder on her Yeah, it really stands out.
I see.
That powder is clue number 1. Yellow powder. We need...
Hey,
Next is the wound to her head. Look carefully.
it's true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot, so let me just explain.
It would seem.
It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's what I... But instead received 2 blows to the head. 2 blows?
Indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? And there's one more interesting. Just say interesting. It'll be interesting.
Correct.
Both of her hands were spotless. There's absolutely no trace of blood on either.
It's true.
Okay. So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Nice. Can't believe she was able to learn all that just by looking at her body. I don't think anyone but Kyoko could have pulled that off. There, I finished examining all the things Kyoko mentioned. And I did find some new clues. But when it comes to the locked room puzzle, I'm still totally clueless.
Hey,
Oh, I just remembered. There was something I wanted to tell you. Oh, I saw Byakuya in the chem lab when I went to go get the scale.
whew.
I didn't want to deal with him, so I took great pains to sneak in and out without him noticing me. And
So.
if you haven't checked out the chem lab, you should probably do that since I couldn't do it. You know, the protein can we found at the murder scene have come from the chem lab. I think you're right. I should probably take a look around that area.
Indeed.
Okay. Oh. Mouse. There's I to the right. Two. Oh, oh. Here we go. Ugh. Makoto, you have your eye on the chem lab too. Just make sure you don't get in my way. Yeah, I got it. I think what you meant to say was, yes sir, I understand. Oh, like, fuck you. Fuck you. Cabinet. This isn't my first time seeing the shelf, but I just can't get over how big it is. probably take a closer look. Like 3 shelves have been connected together to make a giant shelf. But more important right now, what's that powder that's been spilled in the front of the shelf? I have to be careful not to step in it. Oh, shit. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf. This is where all the powder came from? Oh. It looks like the bottle had a label on it. Chem C4. Would you like to hear something interesting? I was on the 4th floor this morning, checking things out. And at that point, this room wasn't like... And this powder must have been spilled.
So, in other words,
That's right. It could have only have been around the time of the incident. Yeah, it's definitely he. If that really is what happened, it must be related to the case somehow. Source of the prints. These are footprints, and they're only in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints relate to the kit as a whole? We may need to sketch out the floor plan. By we, do you mean me? How kind of you to offer. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen.
what?
Well, let's go. Chop chop. Okay. So I got to work, and before long, I'd drawn up a sketch of the room. So how's this? Not bad for you, I mean. Yeah.
I see.
So, when you look at it like this, it would appear that whoever left these footprints had only business at the leftmost shelf. They came in, went straight to that shelf, whatever they had to do. That's what the footprints tell me.
I see.
These footprints must be
It's certainly
Makoto. Are they yours? Okay. No!
What?
Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself. I couldn't think of a reason not to, so I quietly did what Byakuya said. I see. Your feet do appear to be big. Unfortunately, I must admit that these are not your footprints. Unfortunately. Yeah, at this point, okay, it's either Toko or Hina. With how clear these prints are, it should be quite easy to determine who they do belong. These prints are a really valuable clue. Time to wipe over them! Let's see, what's on this shelf? Poisons. Oh. Protein. The protein drink we found in the rec room probably came from the shelf. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter A and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit section A. Huh? But wait. Yep. There is one bottle here that's labeled Chem C-9. Could someone have put it here on accident? So on this shelf is looks like a bunch of chemicals that I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Put simply, they are used in experiments to bring about a chemical reaction. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It must truly be bliss. Fuck you. Isn't that kinda harsh?
What?
What, you think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world?
That's fine.
The words of a lifelong loser, which I suppose suits you well. I didn't even say that. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Right now I need to focus on the shelf. All the containers on this shelf are labeled with the letter B and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. In which case, I don't think I have to worry too much. Here. On this shelf is... One look, I can tell it's nothing but dangerous chemicals. These look like poisons and other powerful chemicals. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter C and a number. So I guess I could consider this part of the shelving unit Section C. I should try to find out more about this shelving unit. It looks like it's split into 3 sections. Section A has dietary supplements. Section B has reagents. And Section C has lethal chemicals. Sakura must have gotten the protein powder from Section A. What concerns me is that in Section A, there was a bottle with the label from Section C. What was a bottle of poison in Section C doing in Section A? There's definitely something going on there. Chem lab shelf. Bullets! Look at this. Broken bottle. Powder.
So in other words...
Okay. I think we first I have to check out this area. Oh shit. No!
So in other words...
Okay. Oh, I guess... No. Yes. Okay. Nice. Poisons, other powerful chemicals. Okay. On the shelf is, yes, reagents according to be use them to do chemical. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter B in it. I guess I can say part of this shelving unit. See anything out of the ordinary? here. Okay. Okay, I've looked at all of them, so. Okay. It's on the shelf. Okay, yes, yeah. There. Top of that. One bottle here that's labeled Chem C9. Put it here on accident. Definitely not an accident. What are you looking for? Prints again? You lay out the footprints. It looks like this. And when you look at that pattern, whoever left these behind went to the shelf on the left and lit. They went straight there, did something, and then... That's according to the footprints anyway. These prints are really clear, so it shouldn't be too hard to figure out what they are. Which means these footprints are a super valuable clue. Okay, Okay, so I just have to look at everything twice. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf, but is this where all the powder came from? I want it. Okay.
So, in other words,
Okay. Let's look at what's on this shelf. Yes, we go. Poison. What do I look at? Look at these again. Yeah, the flip. Okay. Off on the left. Right. Prints are really clear. Blue. What else am I missing?
So, in other words,
what am I supposed to... Oh, I guess I should just... Oh, there's a middle portion. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. I better not leave a footprint. I should probably take a good hard look at that powder. A bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor in the shelf. There's also the remains of a broken bottle. Looks like the bottle was labeled with B4. Also, it looks like someone left footprints in the powder. Based on the positioning of the prints, whoever it was only went to the left side of the shelf. According to Byakuya, the powder would have had right around the time of the incident. That's all I can tell for now. Footprint. Oh. No. Oh no. But
Whoops! You caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake.
no.
Should I do it? Is it okay? Can I?
No. No.
Okay, then let's begin.
No.
The trial.
No.
Right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
Fuck.
See you soon.
I want to talk to Kyoko more. Ugh, fuck. Is it time already? We're right in the middle of figuring out this locked room mystery. I'll have to try and tie up all the loose ends at the class trial. No, I absolutely will figure everything out. Shit. Not Toko. It's Hina. Right? And ultimate martial artist. Locked room murder mystery. Ink. What the? Oh, I've just recently discovered the power of emoticons. Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss in a smiley face, it turns positive.
Yes, indeed.
For example, you're at a picnic and you find a dead body. XD. Ah. This is just plain creepy.
Well?
How about the reverse? No matter how great something is, if you put it in a sad face, it makes it look super negative.
Yes, indeed.
For example, you have 100 friends? He's right, that does make it seem sad.
I can't wait!
Now then, please get on the elevator. Oh. I'll see you all down there. And does the Kirby dance. Well, what the hell was that? I don't get it.
Just the worst.
I don't get you guys. How can you act so casual after murdering someone?
Don't look at me.
I don't think I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean.
I mean, I didn't murder anyone. I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer? Okay. We've gone through this every time, Toko. Whatever. Either way, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Because there can be no doubt one of us is the culprit. The killer. The one that murdered Sakura. She was stronger than anyone I know. Yet, someone killed her. Like, and that person is here? That person is one of us? Fucking...
Don't look at me.
I said it before and I'll say it again. It wasn't me. culprit is one of us, make no mistake about that. But because I didn't do it! How many times do I have to tell you? How can you just stand there and say you didn't do it? Not even breaking a sweat.
Hey,
I hate doing the trials. I hate the minigames. Sitting around here isn't going to do any good. Let's get going. Come on, it's time to put it into this. I made my way forward to toward the elevator. But with each step I took, I felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. I could feel a chilling fear running through me, trying to make me rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I go through this, it never gets any easier. We climbed into our steel prison in total silence. We watched the doors close and felt it begin its sinister descent. So, like, with Makoto's foot being too big, a girl foot, so it's either Toko or Hina. Leaning more towards Hina. Even though I really don't want to. Oh, sorry. The elevator lowered, uttering its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower and lower. And as suddenly as always, the ride was over. The doors opened once again. Just the 6 of you, huh? Really? That's so few. You must be so lonely. You say that like it's not your fault we're all that's left. I wonder, will the class trial end with one less classmate again? Or will your school life come to an end completely? Now then, are we ready to begin? You know the drill. Find your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opened for the 4th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. You know what? I'm gonna take this moment to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be right back. All right. Okay, hold on. To get comfortable. Because this is gonna be a bumpy ride. Because I think Hina did it. Okay. Right, yes. Hold up. Multiple suspects murdered in a locked room. If anyone was likely to survive, it was Sakura. And yet... Oh, that's just the catchphrase. Okay, let's look at our clues. Our truth bullets! Da-na-na-na! Okay. The victim was Sakura Ogami. The time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon, which is when she was going to meet up with everyone. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. There is evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. However, it seems that at some point, the victim suffered from violent vomiting of blood. Okay. A chair had been jammed against the door within the rec room, blocking access from the outside. It is believed that the killer did this to create a locked room scenario. Okay. Sakura was found dead, seated in a chair, slumping forward. Traces of blood were found around her mouth, presumably from when she vomited blood. However, there was no injury or indication as to why she would have vomited blood. Poison. A blood stain in front of the shelf of magazines. The blood is presumed to be Sakura's. There is currently no explanation for how a blood stain could have appeared so far away from where the victim was found. Okay. At one point, Aoi had been injured and taken to the nurse's office. After she was taken care of, she gave a piece of candy to Sakura, which had this type of wrapper. Well, no, okay, sorry, I'm being stupid. According to Aoi, she had monopolized this candy as soon as it had become available. So obtaining a piece would have been difficult to impossible. There were pieces of red glass scattered near the table in the rec room. After finding the top and bottom pieces, it was concluded that the shards must have come from a bottle. But probably 2 different bottles. A Monokuma figure was found laying on the rec room floor. It would fit roughly in the palm of your hand. Monokuma bottles. There are a number of red bottles on a shelf in the rec room. Each bottle is a Monokuma figure. Additionally, there seems to be some sort of unknown correlation between the bottles. Like, chess pieces, right? Protein. An empty protein drink was found near the rec room door. The container had a label reading Chem A-2. Shards of glass from the window that was broken to get into the room were found both around and underneath the container. Okay. Locker handprints. A fresh handprint was found inside the rec room's open locker. Since the locker was opened before they opened the locked room, there is no way someone was hiding in there before they arrived. Okay. always count. Okay, Sakura had written notes to Toko, Byakuya, and Yasuhiro, asking them to meet her in the rec room by noon. He had slid these notes underneath each person's room door. Byakuya confirmed that he received Sakura's note, but also claimed that he never went to see her, and in fact had not seen her at all that day. Okay. Toko confirmed that she received Sakura's note, but also claimed that she never went to see her. Pocket trash. Small bit of garbage accidentally fell out of Yasuhiro's pocket. It was a piece of paper with red polka dots on it. Yellow powder. Yellow powder was found on the instep of Sakura's foot. Sakura suffered 2 blows to the head, not 1. No blood was found on either of her hands. Interesting. The bottle experiment. All of the Monokuma bottles appear to be roughly the same weight. However, when the bottle shards were weighted against an intact bottle, the shards were found to be heavier. On the magazine shelf, one magazine had been put back upside down. Inside this magazine, Toko's name had been written in blood. It is assumed that whoever wrote it used their finger to do so. On the shelf in the chem lab, Section A contains supplements, Section B contains reagents, Section C contains harmful chemicals. A bottle of poison labeled as Section C had been placed in the Section A, the shelf. Right? There was a broken bottle in front of the chem lab shelf, which was labeled Chem C-4. The powder on the floor is assumed to have come from this. According to Byakuya, the powder would have been spilled after the incident. After the incident took place? Huh. Okay. Someone had left footprints in the powder spilled in the chem lab. These footprints appeared only near the leftmost section of the shelf. From this, it can be assumed that the suspect only had business in this area. Okay. It. Yes. This is bullet. Oh. Let's see. Yes, all of them. Okay. Pet.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, Where to begin?
We already know who did it.
Again.
Whoa! Deja vu.
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you.
Idiot.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I'd never kill someone. No way.
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
Ina seems really sure that one of those three is the killer. She must have some reason for believing that. Crap. Crap. Make your argument. It's a count. Okay?
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
That's low. That's about as low as you can get.
Okay. So I have to click on Heroes thing. Some concrete reason why Hina suspects those three specific. I'm sure she has mentioned it before.
It was one
Okay.
of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because
Focus.
you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No! No! Damn it!
That's about as low
Okay.
as you can get. It was one of you killed
And what reason
Okay.
do you have for saying so?
because you all had a motive.
Oh, had a
You
motive.
hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No! No! No!
That's about as low as you can get.
Ah.
It was one of you.
I'm gonna press the pause or the
And
focus
what
button.
reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No! Shit! Okay.
That's about as low as
The focus bar works less than I expect. Okay, yes, she's mentioned it before.
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is
Hey.
that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No!
Low. That's about as low
Okay.
as you can get.
Alright, alright, alright.
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what
Okay,
reason
okay,
do you have
okay,
for
okay.
saying so?
Again.
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
No!
That's low. That's about as low as you
Okay.
can get.
I will get this eventually. I just want to move on in this trial.
One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have her accusing us?
Yes. Okay. Break.
Another reason you suspect them is because Sakura wanted to meet with them, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
And that was right before she died. So there's no doubt about it. One of those three killed her.
I can't disagree with Hina. There's a good reason to suspect all three of them. Then does that mean one of them did it? Pocket trap. Okay.
The fact that Sakura wanted to meet with all three of them, there's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
I don't deny that she wanted to meet with us, but I never went to see her.
I didn't either.
Yeah, same here. I never saw her.
No,
Go.
it's wrong.
Break.
Hiro, when we were talking before, you dropped a small piece of paper, remember? It was white with red polka dots.
Okay.
What's that got to do with anything?
Red polka dots?
Ooh.
That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
Oh.
No, it's
Ever since we got into the warehouse, I totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
Yep.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
From Sakura. It's the only explanation.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure I got it from her, but she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Oh.
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
Okay. But what Hiro said can't be right. Sakura could have only gotten the candy after the office. And the reason why I know that is Sakura. And that is when Sakura candy.
I got it! I'm not sure about that, Hiro. Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Damn it! I mean, what I meant was, Oh, that's right! I did meet up with her in the rec room. You got a problem with that?
What? Okay.
Why the sudden hostility?
Okay.
But we just talked, that's all. I didn't do anything, you gotta believe me.
Okay. We believed you last time.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
Yeah.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You are hostile.
It's not just normal hostility. You're the real culprit. I even have proof.
Okay. Hiro, I'd love to see that proof.
Proof? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about her shining message.
What would a shining message even be?
At the scene of the crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right?
Why would he know that?
It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it!
Hero, you're acting really sus right now.
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
You just don't know when you're beat, do you?
Yeah, he's protesting a little too much.
Hero, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Yeah. Hero.
Huh?
Hero.
Well, when we found Ogre's body. Duh.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
Huh? Hold on. It was... Found the dying message, it was... on the magazine.
I got it!
I got it!
Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
That's right. Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it. I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hiro just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Everything I said makes perfect sense.
There's definitely something strange about it. Kyoko found the dying message during the investigation, in which case... that clearly contradicts what Hiro told us.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. There are firecrackers outside. Hey, puppies. It's okay. Okay, babies. Oh, it's puppy time. It's almost puppy time. Hello, puppy. Oh. Oh, puppy. It's the puppy. Go. Go away. Go lay down. Go lay down. Stop. Dogs. Hey. Hey. Hold on. Right, you know what? He stopped. He walked away. The puppy. Okay. He said he saw the dying message. Stop. Okay, okay. Stop sticking your butt in people's faces. No one likes that. Stop. Stop. Okay. He said he saw the dying message when he first found the body. But at that time, where was the magazine?
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
Oh, damn it.
I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said
And I
makes
think I'm
total
supposed to
sense.
do something about the magazine. He said he saw the dying message when he first found the body. At that time, where was the magazine? Yeah, I'm supposed to search for the magazine.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Hey.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
Okay.
I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Alright, we got it. For this next one. Then he saw the dying message when he first found the body. At that time, where was the magazine?
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
No! No!
When I found the dying message, it was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf.
There.
When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Okay. Then he saw the dying message.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can
No!
tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Where is the mag?
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can
No!
tell you when I found the dying message.
Ah!
It was only after
This
the
angers me
investigation had
so
begun.
much.
I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw.
What I said makes total sense. I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell
No!
you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had
Oh my
begun.
god,
I
please.
found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw.
What I said
Okay.
makes total sense.
Stop! Stop! Okay.
I can tell you
Okay, I'm gonna
exactly
press-
when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
No! No!
I found the dying message. It was
I
only
hate
after
this
the investigation
trackpad.
had begun.
I'm going
I found the
to
magazine tucked away on the
scream.
magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
Oh
I
my
saw her final
god. Oh my
What I said makes
god.
total sense.
God, kill me
I can tell you
now.
exactly when Ogre's body was.
And I can tell you, it was only after the investigation had begun. I found the
Oh my
magazine tucked away on the
god.
magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
Oh
I
my
saw her final
god.
words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total
Hey.
sense.
We'll get through this eventually. That time, where's the magazine? I'm trying to tell you!
Exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
No.
And
No.
I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf.
Okay.
When I pulled it out,
Okay.
I saw her final words.
What's your what I said makes total sense.
Stop! Stop!
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Ah!
And I can tell you when
Ah!
I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it
So
out,
somehow I can do
saw
that,
her
but I can't
final
shoot the
words.
fucking gun.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense. I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can
No.
tell you when I found the dying message.
No.
It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked
No.
away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
What I said makes total sense.
Hey. Oh my god. This is infuriating.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
and I can tell you when
I
found the dying
hit
message.
it. I hit it.
Only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine
Ah.
shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her.
What I said makes total sense.
Okay.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Ah! Ah! God.
When Sakura's body was found, that magazine was sitting on the shelf nearby. That's where Kyoko found it, after we'd begun the investigation. And you weren't at the murder scene, so there's no way you could have seen it then.
Okay, much more fireworks going on outside, and I hate it. You weren't at the murder scene. What is...
Tell us the truth, Hiro. When did you see the message?
Hold on. You're focusing on the wrong part. Why does it matter when I saw it? All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is. Toko!
Okay.
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
Nope.
Yeah? I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that message. 100%, without a doubt, she wrote it. And this is me talking, so you know it's true.
Oh. Without a doubt? No, I absolutely do doubt it. There's no way Sakura wrote that message. A moment of truth. Oh, fuck, I hate these!
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. The end is nigh. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right.
Shit.
The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. Show me the proof.
This should prove it.
Hey, I actually got it the first time because I actually understood what I was doing.
I'm completely unconvinced that Sakura wrote that dying message. Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using a finger. But both of her hands were completely free of blood.
Ah.
Say what?
Then, who did write it?
Hiro could very well have written it himself.
Oh, shit.
That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Oh.
Ah! He admits it!
I figured as much.
But why would you write something like that?
Because I killed her!
Oh. You're admitting to killing her?
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
You just did exactly as the note asked? What a fool.
And when I got there...
Sorry, but do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Okay. Would you like a piece of candy? It might help give you some energy. Oh, sure, thanks.
And that's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me.
Oh my god, no.
She was gonna kill me and make her escape.
How? Well, okay.
So of course I freaked out, and then... I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind before she had any idea what was happening.
Oh my god. Wait.
Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that. Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed. So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
Well, that's what happened. Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy. It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
But it's not... I'm so confused.
No, I think there's more to Hiro's story.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
What could there be?
Hey. Come here. You want me to pet you, but then I try to grab you and you want to run away. Okay, this is comfortable.
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain. And until we figure that part out,
It's the
we
poison.
can't consider the case closed.
So, what is that Hiro did that doesn't make sense? What would he have had to do after writing the message? It just makes sense. The was hidden?
I got it!
Oh, okay.
That's true. Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it?
Huh?
By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf.
Oh.
Why would you take the time to write that message, then stick it somewhere we might not find it?
Oh, well,
Hmm.
I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
Huh.
I I don't see any reason he would lie now, after already confessing to the crime.
Then he's not lying?
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf.
Interesting.
In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
I'm so confused.
I don't think there's any question about that.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble of hiding the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on it.
It would be Coco. Because Byakuya wouldn't give a shit.
I got it! It had to be Toko, right? Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Is he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room?
Why would I have... Wait! But more important, that doesn't even matter! We already know who did it, right? Hiro just admitted it!
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Cool.
Who asked you?
I don't doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
He just knocked her unconscious.
You can't be serious! That's just... I don't believe it!
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
He had 2 hits.
So, what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but okay.
We haven't reached the end of this case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer. And I have to prove that.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once. After the first swing, the bottle shattered, and she went limp.
See? Isn't it obvious? Hiro really is the killer!
Hiro hits Sakura, that's for... But this doesn't end. Something that proves that. The wounds on her head. Yes. Okay.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
Oh shit. Whoops.
Shit!
Shoot! Okay.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit
Hit her
once.
once.
Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
Oh!
First swing, the bottle shattered. And
See? Hiro really is the killer!
Okay, this is gonna make me
Grab
scream.
And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
Wait, what?
Shoot!
No, there's no contradiction. Shit.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf
That.
nearby. And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong! Break.
If Sakura died from Hiro's single blow, that doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
Two?
It.
That's right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I'm inclined to believe her.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
Hold on. How can you know that just from some cuts on her head? She was attacked twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves.
Oh.
There's something very suspicious about those bottles. Once you understand that point, you'll understand why 2 separate Monokuma
Yeah, it's
bottles
spaced
must
out
have
weird.
been used. Think back.
Yeah.
After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles left on the shelf, right?
Oh.
And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chess piece it had inside.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now, just note that there were 4 intact bottles and 1 broken bottle. But originally, there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
How can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
S pieces? I need to become. Section must be object that the. Okay. H-E. Yep. Yep. This piece.
Now I understand. That's it. The chess pieces. Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
I don't know anything about chess though.
King, rook, bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was
The knight.
the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that matter?
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain.
There's a missing
Chess,
piece.
there are 6 different pieces. The king, the queen, the rook, knight, bishop, and pawn. What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those four.
Hmm?
And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
Oh.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while one apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Yeah. Wait, no, that's not what I mean. So, let's say a bottle did go missing.
Right?
There's still no evidence that has anything to do with this case. That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
How is it clear?
Okay.
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
Then the bottle was missing? It was excited. It was broken.
I got it! The bottle must have been broken.
What makes you so sure?
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
Oh,
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just one broken bottle at the scene.
oh shit.
And what is this evidence?
If it wasn't a broken bottle at the... And the evidence proved that it is. Kyoko and I figured it out before. Experiment. Auto experiment.
I got it!
I got it!
Earlier, Kyoko and I did a little experiment. We compared the weight of the broken bottle pieces at the scene to one of the unbroken bottles. And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavier. And the reason for that is... there was actually more than one bottle's worth of shattered glass.
Yes. What?
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime. But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles, along with the figure inside. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces. Which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
Yep.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
There can be no doubt that the second missing Monokuma bottle is ultimate. Must have been used by some bowling aficionados. Sakura's second attack.
I got it! The bottle that was removed from the scene was used the second time Sakura was attacked.
Ooh.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle. Given all
That
the
doesn't
evidence,
explain the
this is
poison.
the only possible conclusion.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hiro who delivered that second blow.
Interesting.
Wouldn't you agree, Toko?
What? Oh. Okay.
And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Hiding in the locker!
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but... no evidence I had anything to do with it.
Should have just let Jill do their.
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am.
Honestly.
Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
It was right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever. So I was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room.
You did?
Pretty soon, Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room.
Okay.
I assumed Toko was still in there, so I figured everything would be okay. That's why I headed in. But when I got inside, Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
Man, this is me for a loop.
And you just now decided to share that with us?
Cool.
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Could someone tighten the screws on his brain? I think they've come loose.
So, Toko, where the heck did you disappear to?
Oh, Toko.
You don't know what you're talking about. I never went in the rec room.
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
What?
Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous. Why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin.
Oh, okay. He's gonna sneeze any second now. No, it's not ridiculous at all. Any proof that shows Toko was hiding in the rec room? I have it. She left it there for anyone to find. New element. Oh, shit. So far, you've probably been pressing the left mouse button. Final strike without a second. But from now on, you're going to need to pay a little extra blow. Now you'll have to choose the proper truth bullet to use during your coup. You'll select it the same way as during the non-stop debate. Simply use the key or use the mouse wheel. Also like the debate if your logic difficulties. But for educational purpose, we're going to pretend you're set to meet regardless. Okay? By the way, you're about halfway through the game now. Good for you. Oh. Thanks. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay.
It's a lie! I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie! That's enough! It's a lie! I admit nothing.
Okay.
That's enough!
Walker handprint. Shit. There. Shit.
I hate you. I curse you.
Okay.
That's enough.
This should prove it.
There we go. I've gotten really good at the rhythm game now.
Did you know someone left a handprint behind on the inside of the locker? They must have been hiding in there and put their hand on the wall without thinking.
A few handprints.
Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
Oh.
It doesn't.
Okay then, let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear everything up, right?
Well, I don't think.
Stop wasting my time.
I don't know.
Just tell us the truth.
Okay, it's my handprint.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
Then you killed Sakura!
Hey,
No, I swear, there's no way!
Out with it.
I probably did kill her.
Straight up again.
Wait, what do you mean probably?
oh.
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
Okay.
After I read Sakura's
Whoa.
note, I decided to go there early, so I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on. So I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Then, did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Well, that's awkward.
Oh boy.
So after he left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
But when you did, you put it back upside down.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Imbeciles, all of you.
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
After I put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling. And when I turned around, there was Sakura, covered in blood and staring right at me.
Oh.
When I saw that blood, I fainted right there in front of the magazines. I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask her.
Her? You mean? Oh.
Guess who's back?
Oh.
It was your fault after all.
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights.
Oh.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories.
Don't actually share. Oh.
So I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that.
Oh.
And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle.
Oh.
Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible! No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
Oh.
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Just go away and die your meaningless death alone. Don't drag me into it.
But I just can't catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack no problem.
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
Hey, come on. That's, you know. But anyway, I'm not the one that killed Ogre. So that's good.
Someone poisoned her. That's good. Keep talking like that and Hina's gonna...
Well then, that's that. Let's start the vote.
No, wait. Huh? I thought you'd have some words for Hiro on that one.
What's wrong? Come on everyone, we're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
No, we're not.
No, not quite yet.
Yeah, Hina.
Not yet? Why not yet?
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Odd. Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it.
It wasn't?
Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted. Then even this gaggle of idiots should understand what I'm talking about.
Your wish is my command, darling.
Not over yet, is it? One who killed Sakura is... Ah.
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
And the problem is... Or die, it was...
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got
Oh, she wasn't covered in blood. Wait.
Where did the attack take place?
Stop!
right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
No! Stop! Boy, I'm gonna have words with you. I know your mother. I can talk to her. Stop. Okay, the second shot of Toko's what killed Sakura, then the problem is Sakura died. No! Don't bark in my ear. You little gremlin. Hey! Behave! No! No barking! No! Cancelled. You're cancelled. No! What do you want? You want me to go? No. Did Sakura die? It was. No! Stop! I swear to fucking Christ. Ah! Okay. Where did Sakura die? Alright, I will get through this eventually.
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood.
No, shit.
Shoot!
Only have one more fucking chance, so.
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
Shit! Shit, shit! Okay, in front of the shelf. It's.
And all of a sudden, I remember waking up.
You were taken by... So you smashed her...
You got it!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
There we go.
We found Sakura sitting upright in a chair. If the blow by the shelf was the cause of death, there's no explanation why she was in that chair.
So, you finally noticed.
Bitch.
That's just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Nah.
Sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
This has to be it. Evidence that proves that there was an attack in the front of the magazine itself. Blood? Blood. Oops.
I got it!
Okay.
Sakura was definitely attacked in front of the shelf. The blood stain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right?
There's no way.
All to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors.
Yeah.
There's no way I can move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But...
Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained.
Yeah.
Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
How would someone have been able to put the door in the way?
Oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
Oh, so she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door? And while everything was all confused and hectic, she just snuck out of the locker into the group.
Nope.
No, I don't think that's possible.
No. No, it was open. Saw it for myself.
I got it! Even before we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got a look inside. And at that point, the locker was already open. So obviously Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Okay then, where was she hiding?
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
How did you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much.
Huh.
You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
Zooming in on Hina's face.
that's because you're overlooking vital information.
Could we really be missing something so important? Poison! If there's another possible explanation, maybe it's... Ugh. Akuma File 4, Aoi's account.
What was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack, then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
Oh.
So you're dead set on blaming me, huh?
Yep, go to the yellow powder. Fucking...
What was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack,
Yellow powder.
then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head. So you're dead
What?
set on blaming
No!
me, huh?
What was it that killed Ogre?
Okay, this is gonna be easier, I swear.
And what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
What? Oh, clam up now. Shit! Oh, I got an extra heart at some point. Okay, fuck.
Killed Ogre. If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack, then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head. So you're dead set on blaming me, huh?
Oh. It'd have to be written. There's one place in my comic book have to be written. Oh, the Monokuma file.
What was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack, then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
According to the Monokuma file, Sakura had vomited blood. I think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death. In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Yep.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with
Oh,
the
we got
bottles
one more hour.
at the inside of her mouth.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood.
Hina.
To mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
You even checked in there? God, you really are into dead bodies!
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
Oh.
But if there wasn't a cut or anything, then what made her vomit blood?
Poison.
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Poisoned?
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at, and so there can be no mistake.
Mm.
You're making me go all weak in the knees! She was poisoned? It isn't possible!
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
You can explain it?
Of course, if you don't mind.
Mm-mm.
Everyone quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
Not in the rec room? Then I could have found it all along.
Oh.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, good point.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety of mixtures and chemicals. And that's where I found this.
Yep.
Is that the poison?
It's not an especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
Where'd you find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. In Section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
Alrighty.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Bottle of poison Byakuya just showed us. I'm sure I know where he got it. Hey.
I got it! The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Yarp.
You just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Hina.
Yeah, so? Why?
Because the culprit switched it out. That's why.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips and... We were so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do was stand there and watch. But as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever.
Ugh, that tastes awful.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble! You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Protein.
Protein? Can I see that bottle for a second?
Oh, sure. Do whatever you like.
Kyoko took the bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. She touched her finger to her tongue.
It's protein powder.
Ooh. Huh?
Correct. That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder. Which makes one wonder, the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
The bottle of poison was actually filled with protein powder. me that conversely, the poison must have been in. Could it be? Oh shit. Oh, what? Stop! I think it's PR. P-R-O-T. E. P-I-N. Protein what? Oh, drink. Oh, it's I. Shit. Shit. In. Protein drink.
Now I understand. The poison must have been poured into the protein can. If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
Absolutely. The contents of each container were switched. So the protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can. Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene, and she was happy to drink the poison herself.
Something at the scene. Protein drink.
I got it! You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
Hina, come on!
A protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
What?
What?
That's all it took to kill Sakura. That
Wait,
is
maybe
the
it was
true
an
cause of death.
accident? I don't know.
I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
No, that should have happened before.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
Hina.
For real? Who was it?
Hina.
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
Footprints. Has to be footprints. Footprints in the powder.
I got it! The footprints left behind in front of the shelf.
Yes.
That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
Yep.
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected.
Oh.
What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind.
Ah.
And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem. All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right now. Then we'll see who...
It was me.
Hina.
The footprints. They're mine.
Hina?
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Then Ogre's killer was...
Hina.
Yep. I did it. I killed Sakura.
Whoa.
Just as I suspected.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Hina! Ah! All my wives are dying!
The footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it.
Ugh.
And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
It's Makoto and Hina.
I got it! Me and Hina are the only ones. Oh, so Byakuya. That explains why you...
These footprints must be... Makoto, are they yours? No! Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself.
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility.
Hina. What? What? Ah!
Plus, Hina's been acting strange
Yeah.
ever since the trial began.
Man. Like,
You were in an
Fuck.
awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on someone else.
Well, that's kind of what she did last time, unintentionally.
I can't believe it.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... the two of them were so close.
That's likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction. Hina used that trust to kill her.
Fuck.
She
Fuck!
deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us. I have to say, Hina, coming from you, this was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Is it true?
Man. God.
Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
She's desperate.
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt. She asked me to bring her that protein drink. But when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
Oh, man.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder, and that's when you gave her the poisoned mixture.
And then she downed it all at once. And then
Holding. I'm not convinced.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind.
Okay.
Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here. What matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them.
Hi, Celeste.
Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves. Just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of some misguided sentimentalism. But there's still that one unsolved mystery.
Locked
and
door.
I'm not convinced.
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Oh. The dogs are not happy.
Well, that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
Yes. I think Hina might... Stop! No! Stop! Come here. Here. Come here! Come here! Quiet. No. Quiet! Oh! No! No!
No, it doesn't. But the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Stop! 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 Quiet! Silence!
Surely you're not... Do you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
And if I do?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
Okay, Byakuya. Getting a little sus there yourself.
Are you sure about that? Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
What does...
I mean, why would someone leave such a clear clue like a footprint? It's too obvious, too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
Interesting.
That was... I was just nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. What can I do?
You're too cavalier about this. Waifu 1.
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail? Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Hina, please, I'd like to know too.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit.
Oh?
There's nobody else to suspect. Nobody else could have possibly done it.
Byakuya.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well, right away I went to Section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
Aw.
I see. Okay then.
Wait.
Go on.
So then I moved to Section A and got the protein powder, and that's where I switched them. Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room. But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf. And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
That story you just told. First you went to Section C to get the poison, then moved to Section A to get the protein, right? Meaning you went from Section C to Section A. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
But if that's true, one set of footprints. Isn't that a little strange?
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
Getting closer to midnight.
You're being awfully pushy.
Big Mac.
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
How long? Until we figure it out. Until I uncover the full truth of this case. Because it just could be Hina just wanting to end things. And everything. Footprints in the powder, Kimlau's shelf, source the powder. Okay.
First, I went to section C. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Hey.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from section C to section A. And that's where I switched the powders. Once I was done switching them, I put the bottle filled with the protein powder back in section A. Then I took the bottle with the poison in it and left the chem lab.
Okay.
That's all there is to it.
Now there's something missing with the footprints.
That's enough. How much longer must we tolerate this?
In the chem lab, where were the footprints and what direction were they facing? Those facts clearly contradict what Hina just told.
First, I went to section C. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
And then.
I moved from section C to section A.
Yeah.
No, it's
Wrong!
You said you went to get the poison from section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from section C to section A to get the protein.
Section C to section.
But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from section C to section A.
Yep.
That contradicts what you just said.
Alright, I really have to pee. Ugh! Oh my god. Ugh! Yeah! Puppies. Alright. Hold on, let me put my head. Oh. It's gonna be puppy time for just a little bit. Here's. I don't know if you can see the beagle. I can't pick him up. Oh, but he's sniffing the microphone. Yes. I know there are fireworks outside and you are scared. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Dog. I must you. Puppy. No! Go away. Go away. Go away. Lay down. Go lay down. I'm busy. No. No growling. No fighting. No biting. Go away. Okay. Gosh. Dogs. You know? Nope. That ketchup is not for you. There's a ketchup packet on my desk. Oh, hello! Fire sword. Oh, you just watched your a reaction to Sakura's death. Oh, thanks. I was like, no! But, like, okay, so there's been like 3 people saying they've committed it, but they probably didn't. But, ah! What? You didn't do it, Hina?
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movements?
Alright, Hiro. How are you still alive, Hiro?
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
What Hina just said? I was just nervous, so I didn't notice I'd left a footprint. Ah.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
What's Hina?
Well, you lied to us. Plain and simple.
Why? Why, Hina?
If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came in, and you went straight to Section A. So you never went to Section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved Section A.
Well, you see...
I'm so confused. Why would someone pretend that they did it?
What the?
What?
What the hell? What's going on here?
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account.
Uh-oh. Byakuya.
Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
Oh! New evidence. Oh, thank you. Happy New Year.
New evidence? Impossible, there can't be.
Are you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
Oh?
I did?
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me.
Oh.
I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue. A truly grave oversight.
Oh?
Just say it already! What is it you think you found?
Oh.
I found this.
Oh? Hmm? A piece of glass?
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle.
Oh.
And the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder. I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
Ooh.
But, what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then.
Oh.
Makoto, why don't you explain it?
What?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what? I love Makoto's little hair thing at the very middle of its head. At the top of his head. Oh.
If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard of glass.
Shard of glass. The shard of light blue glass Kyoko found in the book. It was the Rec Room window.
I got it! It's part of the window from the rec room door, right?
window?
Ooh.
The window we broke to get in was light blue, just like that. So I think that must be it.
Oh.
You're right. It must be. Of course, that leads to another question. How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
Where was it the bottle of poison should have been when I broke the rec room window? According to what Hina told us, should be section A.
I got it!
Okay.
The bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina? And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
Oh, Hina!
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room.
Hey.
It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
Yeah, he's like, Byakuya already said he went to the chem lab in the morning. So...
And then, once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the shelf in the chem lab.
Just...
Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there.
Interesting.
That had to be after the locked room was opened. In other words, after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast.
Byakuya! Oh my
Granted,
god.
the poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked. But how can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked?
Yes.
You already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right? If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need to explain that. But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
Huh?
It has to do with the protein can.
Oh.
After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of loaded question?
Ooh.
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
Yuko's got some sass.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Yeah, me either.
Not me.
Same here. Yeah, me either.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh.
Oh, come on! How can you say that?
Oh. Maybe come midnight when Byakuya's dying.
How can you know what I don't know?
The reason she can say that is because there's evidence. Proof that someone brought the protein can into the rec room after it was open. Yes. Take your argument. Protein drink. Okay, I'm gonna wait till I figure it out.
Protein can. There's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time.
Oh.
It had to be. It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
The rec room was unlocked. When the locked room was unlocked, in other words, broke the window. I concentrate on that.
When it comes
The
to
window.
that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible.
Wait,
It had to have been in there the whole time.
so confused.
It had to be. It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
Locked room. Locked another. Broke the window. Concentrate on. Okay. When I broke the window. What were the
When it comes to that protein can,
time lab shelf?
there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
Room was on.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
Okay. And I broke the window. Concentrate on that.
When it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked.
Ah, shit. That.
Shoot!
Think about one more time.
When it comes to that
Most of the
protein can,
powder.
there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible.
Ah, I'm so
It had
confused.
to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
Oh,
No, that's wrong.
got it. Break.
You remember how there was broken glass scattered all around the room, right?
Okay.
Of course. It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can. We also found pieces underneath the can.
Yes.
What?
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been laid down on the floor
Dogs.
after the window was broken.
Hey. Hey, baby. No, you're moaning and groaning and whining. And me using this voice makes the dogs come over. Oh. Go away. You do not make a good sidekick. What are you doing? Don't bark like that. It's so loud. Okay, it shows
So it had to be after we got into the room.
after we got into the room. Oh. 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 Stop. Okay.
I see. So that's your explanation.
Interesting.
Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it,
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
Yes.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
And that's made everything clear, hasn't it?
Byakuya. Oh my god.
As long as it was a locked room, it only contained the bottle of poison, and not the protein can. But Once the room was opened up, they were switched, and as a result, the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
Hmm. Oh. Hina, why do you always make that face?
If that's all true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing exactly what it was.
Oh.
Precisely. She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was?
Oh. Started the year off. Great.
Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Exactly what happened.
Fuck.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please, tell us.
Oh.
Before we get to that, we need to clarify one other thing. We need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
It was Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
One who got the poison from lab and rec room. Then
I got it! I think it was Sakura herself.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself? What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
You're lying! Stop lying! Why? Why would you lie like that?
no, it's not a lie. Sakura definitely went to section. Kyoko already showed me the evidence. I have to hit Hina with it for accept. And of truth. Ah, fuck.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong!
Dang.
You're wrong!
Ah,
I'm telling
ah.
you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong!
Final strike.
Do you have any kind of proof Sakura took the poison?
This should prove it.
Yellow powder.
Hina, did you know that Sakura's foot had a certain yellow powder stuck to it?
Oh,
It did?
It did. The same yellow powder that had been
15
spilled
more
by the shelf
minutes.
in the chem lab. That powder was yellow, wasn't it? So the powder we found on Sakura, what else could it be but the powder from the chem lab?
up in his sneakers, Sakura. Her sneakers.
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Ogre's foot?
And it was only on her instep, right?
Yes.
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled. So the person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura. And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing. Which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instep. Is there any problem with my thinking?
Okay.
But why did Sakura pay a visit to Section C in the first place? The only explanation is that she was looking for poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
No! It was me! The poison! Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
One that killed Sakura. The connection between Sakura and the poison, the unsolved mystery of the locked room. There's only one way to explain. Sakura herself. Man, this sucks.
Here's my answer. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
What? The killer was Sakura?
So you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
I can't believe it either. Or rather, I don't want to believe it.
Is that a menorah behind his head? I don't know how menorahs work. I don't want to believe it.
When you really think about it, everything matches up. Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it. All so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room.
Of course, Sakura wanted to escape the locked room.
I got it! The locked room mystery was created by Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did.
Oh man.
She sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath. And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we came and opened it. At that point, someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room. And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there
Stop.
near the door.
Please. Okay, calm down.
Because you already knew Sakura was dead. And because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's when you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to go get them. I have to go get the others. Picky legs, Hina left the rec room.
You said you were going to go get everyone else. But your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it?
Oh.
Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept. There, You took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you'd grabbed from the rec room. When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can. Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
Stop. Alright, once midnight rolls around, we're gonna have some more puppy time.
When you were done, you gathered everyone together. And once you were back in the rec room...
I got everyone. Wow, Ogre? Oh, so she's dead, huh? Sakura's been killed, I see.
While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground.
Ooh.
Honestly, I should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body.
Yeah.
The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
Yep. What? Hina, explain yourself.
So, Sakura committed suicide. In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation. As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death.
Oh.
That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence, and yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
Yeah.
No! I killed her! I did it!
That's enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
Nah. God.
It is.
It is!
Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
Oh. Closing. What? Of course! Oko. Huh? Let's... Okay. Okay. Oh, we got 5 more minutes. Oh. Stop! Come here! My god. Stop! Hollow. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it, stop it, stop it. Okay. Oops. Think. Right.
The killer is you! This case began when Sakura asked a number of people to meet her in the rec room. Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya. But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others, Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot.
There's puppies everywhere. Alright. It's 11:59. So... Wait. Everyone's decided it's midnight outside the neighborhood. Happy New Year's, everybody! Dogs won't leave me alone. Oh my god. Don't bark. Alright. It's midnight. Happy New Year! Alright, dogs. They're like, oh man. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to take a brief interlude and cuddle some puppies. Yes, would you like to start screaming, Apollo? Oh, they're scared. They're scared. Got some puppy time. Okay. It's still 11 o'clock. Or 12. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Okay. It's okay. If only they would leave me alone now. Go away. Go away. I've had enough. Enough of puppies. No, Apollo. Go away. Lay down. Go lay down. Go away. Go away. Go away. Puppy boy. Okay.
And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight.
Oh my god. Like a war outside. Okay. They're both hiding under the desk now.
Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room. Next to arrive was Hiro. When he got there, he mistakenly thought Sakura was going to try to kill him, so he panicked.
Oof.
Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby Monokuma bottle and attacked Sakura with it. Thinking he'd killed her, he hastily began covering up his crime. He took a magazine from the table and forged a dying message from Sakura. To that end, he wrote down a name. Toko. By writing her name, he was hoping to pin the murder on her.
2021 been going pretty good so far. So let's keep this gravy train rolling.
But of course, Toko had witnessed the whole thing. So as soon as the coast was clear, she jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake. She put the magazine back upside down.
Oof.
Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes. She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted. This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura, and she freaked out. And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma bottle and attacked her. This explains why there were 2 wounds on Sakura's head.
Yep. Neither of them killed her.
Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing of the evidence. She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards and the queen chess piece. And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon.
Oof. I'm starting to get text messages.
But even after those 2 blows, she was still alive. So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death? It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture.
Fuck.
And there, she took her final breath. Later on, the rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside. But someone already knew what had happened. Knew that she had committed suicide.
Oops. I think I need to switch them.
The killer is you! And that same someone quietly snatched the bottle of poison from off the ground. And while nobody was looking, replaced it with an empty protein can. They did all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves. In an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion.
False conclusion.
And the one who went to all that effort It's you, Hina.
Complete. You didn't commit the murder. Oh. Lagging there.
That's the full truth of the case.
New Year. Oh, hi. Yes, it is New Year. The dogs are hiding under my desk. Scared. It's kind of sad. No, at least they're not barking anymore.
Sakura took her own life.
Ugh.
And you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened?
Oh.
Makoto, how did you manage to...
Oh!
How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
How the fuck else is the door gonna get locked?
Huh?
That's the main question.
I mean...
You still haven't realized? We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams.
Oh.
That's what makes us so complicated. That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case.
Oh. Gah.
See? Didn't I tell you?
Oh, my birthday is in 20 days. Get me something.
When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
Yep. Gasp. I think. Oh, and I'm gonna get a B. Oh. Oh, hey, I got an A. Nice.
Okay. I think we can all agree you made your point. Did you guys forget already? You still
We did
haven't
vote.
voted
Yes, we
yet.
did.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You seriously forgot? I can feel my energy draining out of me.
Oh.
Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it.
You just gotta do it.
Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it
Gonna be. Oh. Monokuma vote. Yeah. Fuck, man.
Okay.
Not hurt. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. One who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My entire existence!
Okay, we're done here.
What did you say?
So that's the whole truth, huh? Gee. But there's still one thing I don't understand.
Come on.
Hina, why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of us.
What are you thinking?
And yet you... Why did you do that?
Don't be mean.
Yeah, we almost died there.
What is this?
'Cause... That's exactly what I wanted! Oh. What? I mean, the reason Sakura died is because of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her. That's why.
You should have been the one to die.
Oh. I couldn't let her be the only one that died.
What?
You don't mean... You're gonna take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. Fuck, man. We all have to pay for our crimes. You're serious? That's...
What is this?
You still don't understand? Then let me explain. Well, she literally had 2 people attack her. You realize how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this. Such brutality has made me desperate. Instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand. That's... I found it on the ground in front of the rec room. It's Sakura's suicide note. Suicide note? Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. He wanted to make... It was right after Genocide Jack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out of the nurse. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault, after all. But now you're suffering because of me.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but because of me,
I can't forgive
my closest friend got hurt. Sakura. Because of me. My friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault. Which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked to meet with them. You asked to meet with those 3? You can't. Don't you see how dangerous that is? Don't worry. I just want to talk to them.
But...
Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. If they all gang up on you at once, even you...
Hina.
Please don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy.
They're friends.
Sakura. She clearly believed. She completely believed in all of us. You'd just talked to her, you would have understood. She was a friend to all of us. And yet...
Why?
And yet... You trampled all over her feelings, and then you did the unthinkable. No, that was just a misunderstanding.
What are you saying?
Don't stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you, and you wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Without asking a single question, you tried to kill her.
I won't forgive
You have any idea how desperate she was seeing you act like that? That's what her suicide note means. Like her handwriting's a little messed up. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand.
Why?
That's how far you pushed her.
Huh?
Sakura, what happened to you?
Hina.
Wait right here, I'll help you out.
Hina.
Huh?
Huh? I'm so glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor to ask.
Huh?
A favor?
Some protein.
I'd like some protein. Could I ask you to... Yeah, you got it. Just hang on. I'll be right back. That was the last conversation I had with her. I went to the chem lab to get the protein she'd asked for. But when I got there, I saw the powder. And that's when I realized... I saw that someone had taken something from the poison shelf. Sakura. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. But by the time I got there, it was already too late. Sakura!
Please!
Let me in! Please open the door!
Why? Why?
Ugh. Why did she have to die? She had weaknesses, just like any other person. If she got cut, she bled. If someone hurt her, she felt it. That's weakness. That's normal. Yet,
Why?
you all blamed her. I tried to protect her and I suffered for it, and that just added to the weight you had to carry. And I didn't even realize it. Hina. We killed her. All of us. We pushed her into a corner and we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live. And that's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Sakura died hating all of us. I wanted to free her of her regrets. But even that got found out. In the end, I wasn't able to do anything for her. I could never face her after that.
Hey!
I'm sorry to interrupt right when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but... It's just taking so long. I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really think you have any idea what Sakura was actually thinking when she died?
What is this?
What did you say? Everything you just said is nothing but your interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what her suicide note meant.
What are you saying?
Of course I know what she was thinking, 'cause her and me...
In other words...
Well, what I'm really trying to say is...
Yes, indeed.
Don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really... like this? Oh.
What the heck?
What is that?
Of course.
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. Well, what? But Hina already.
Too bad.
Oh, I wrote that one. It was all me, baby.
It's true.
This is the one Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room.
Huh?
What? Then... You lied to me?
Unbelievable.
Oh, don't say lie. It sounds so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit.
Well.
I can't help if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. I didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You filthy little... I'm not filthy. I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around. Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process, okay? And scene. Cut!
And?
So then, what did you write in her real suicide note?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you mentioned it. For your benefit, I shall read it using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice.
Hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place?
But hold on.
And isn't it just so unfortunate? Killing yourself is just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. Truth is lost in darkness. Gives me the willies.
Enough already.
Could you get on with it, please?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, geez, talk about a buzzkill. Alright, here we go. Ahem. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
It was our first night in this strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
You see, the mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, that was my greatest weakness. Because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
You were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying so desperately to stay alive. I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything,
I cannot betray those who would call me their friend.
that's how I came to feel. So that's why, Sakura,
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
of course, because of what I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic? Or just moronic?
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I'm perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on me.
So this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
But unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me. Which is exactly what the Mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The Mastermind knew what eventually it would escalate, murdering someone.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
I have an obligation to get this situation under control. And to fulfill that obligation, I've decided to do as the Mastermind. I will do as I was told and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is myself.
If the Mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. When my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my life.
If it can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning. Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
Then, Sakura didn't feel cornered. She didn't die hating us.
No way!
Wanted to stop us from fighting? Protect us?
Correct.
She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong. Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. She sacrificed so much. No normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop. I'm really, truly sorry, but please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. And you can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest to you. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then they'll see.
I never saw you as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else. No matter what, just survive.
But...
This is... I didn't understand how she felt. Not at all. I thought we were close, and still...
What are you gonna do?
But in the end, all her meddling was like totally pointless.
Uh-oh.
She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, but she almost ended up doing it anyway. Oh, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. This is a very sad game. I don't know if you've heard of this game before, but it's called Danganronpa. Thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. In fact, it was because of her stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one.
Too bad.
She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her. Go ahead, she deserves it. Now then, the next victim has been decided. Oh. This game is crazy. What do you mean, next victim? Nobody here blames anyone.
Huh?
First of all, you're wrong for tricking Hina with that fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste.
Say what?
Because she made us remember. We're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends who need to work together.
You know?
Damn straight. This is all because of our misplaced hatred.
Well?
I'm getting lots of text. I don't blame her. I can't blame her. And nobody can blame Hina either. Oh. Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered. Because the one we need to destroy is you. Nobody else.
What? What do you want?
What the heck? That's not how this is supposed to go.
How strange.
But anyway, are you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you, remember?
Hey!
Your enemy is each other. He's absolutely right about that. Ah, lovely Byakuya. You understand, don't you? This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I am bowing out of the game.
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to deny the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no point in participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement. And which is why I will no longer be participating in it. What's going on here? Now I have only one thing to look forward to.
It's all clear.
And that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. Byakuya, does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking. Wherever Master goes, I go. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I can catch on fire. Everyone!
Hey.
Well, now can you say that Sakura's death had no meaning? How boring. But nothing good can come of this. I'm still gonna be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun time? Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
You want me to punish you guys?
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time.
What?
Wait, but Sakura is technically the killer, right? And she's dead. You're not gonna... Is it me?
Wrong.
Oh heavens no. Just because the Blackened is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whatever... Doesn't mean I can sub in whatever old student I want. Didn't I tell you? I'm very particular about the bear ×1 rule.
Listen up.
But I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. Oh, for my special punishment, I prepared a special guest. Special guest?
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
Christ. Okay. What the fuck? No! 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 No, 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 no! No, 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 no! What? No! No, 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 no! No, 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 excavator destroyer, no, 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 no. No, no, no! It. Shit. Fuck. You suck, man! You turned him into a mega hunk of junk! Ooh, and that really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say the post-workout... Fuck you! Post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. I'm all about that grilled goodness. Fried, broiled, give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence. Grilled is where it's at. I realize how dangerous it could be. Still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but still. When I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. So Chihiro dies twice. Now, you might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So, it's okay. If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting out of my mouth. How dare you? That was my friend! How dare you kill him?
What's the matter?
Huh? You were friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What's next? Friends with a basketball? Shut the hell up. Ooh. He wasn't just a laptop. He was my friend. And you killed him. Is this what you call animism? Where soul dwells within all things? Even like laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is, it got in my way. It was trying to find out things all sneaky.
Just as I thought.
So, you finally noticed him.
Actually...
Finally? No. I knew about it from the very beginning. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it was all gonna play out from the start. What?
What are you thinking?
You knew, and you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge?
Yep.
Well, I mean, the data in that laptop, it was... I guess you could call it a gift. From me to you.
Phew.
Or maybe more like a reward in honor of you being able to unlock something so difficult.
Hey,
So of course I didn't care if you got access to that. But sneaking into the network, it was just too personal. So I had to do a little, you know, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. He wanted to help at the risk of his own life. And for that, he was killed. Yeah, the punishment time has made me feel a little better. Made me feel a billion times better.
very nice.
Experiencing a meaningless death is so soothing. It makes me remember that every low can get even lower. No, his death wasn't meaningless either. Everyone who's died so far, the deaths of each and every one of our friends, they all make us stronger. Swear to God, someday you will pay for this.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Holy moly, you're like super mad. Like just unreasonably upset.
Well,
Okay, time to bring things to a close. Oh, but before you that, you need to read the postscript. Fuck you! Ah,
what?
postscript?
Yep.
Yeah, there's still a bit more left of Sakura's note. Oh. Do I have your attention? Okay, then here we go. Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly. One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of the school. What? A clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and on the whole time I've been here. And so I've learned one thing. Which is... the mastermind has done something to us. Oh, that's why Kyoko was asking what got done to her body. I think what they've done is... Oopsie daisy, that was a close one. Another word and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory.
Too bad.
Hey, I don't want to ruin the surprise. So book club is dismissed for today. What? You can't just stop at the most important bit. It makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? It makes you so mad you don't even friggin' know, huh?
You guys?
That's the whole point, stupid. It's to get back at all of you for hardening your resolve. Fine, but at least Sakura's note. Like I'd ever let any of you greaseballs have it. But...
Too bad.
it sucks for you, loser. Wait, what is this?
What?
What is it now?
What?
There's one last line in the note. And let me just say this to the mastermind. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you, you bastard, no matter what, and that's seriously it. Oh, wow, what a stubborn loser, huh? You won't lay down and die? She'll fight you? Well, whatever. Who cares that some dead musclehead has to say?
Well?
Okay, I'm out of here. You guys should try to get some rest, you know? Maybe take some time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours. Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? I mean, at this point. Think about that. Think long. Think hard. Those were her parting words to us before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message, her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school. The mastermind did something to us? Yoko said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You.
What did you do? What did you do? My body.
Who?
What?
Hey.
Answer me. What did you do to my body? The mastermind did something. For our bodies? What are they saying the mastermind did? What did the mastermind do to us? I mean, did the mastermind plant a bomb in us or something? And if we try to leave the school, a sensor goes off? And the bomb explodes? Suicide Squad? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comics and stuff. So it's not totally unheard of. No, I feel awful just thinking about it. Can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo.
So, the class trial is over and Monokuma's gone.
But...
So, now what do we do?
Yes.
What else is there other than to head back up? Oh yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. But I, must still feel responsible. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. The kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not possible.
I would never have lost to that kind of challenge. What are you talking about? Kyoko and Makoto are the ones that figured everything out.
Stop talking.
Shut up. Seriously, I'm sorry. How many times do you plan to apologize? How about you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once.
Sorry.
Okay, see what you mean. Then I'll try. Huh? That totally wasn't normal, right? You just capture his flag?
No, 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 no!
What? I cannot suffer the existence of someone who would disturb the romance between me and Master.
Huh?
What are you talking about? That's absolutely not what's happening here. Why would I ever go for a sleazeball like him?
What did you say?
Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's... Oh. These fireworks are getting a little crazy. That's right. I called you a sleazeball, because you are. Sleazeball. Apparently you still have a death wish. Oh, more biting sarcasm? No wonder you don't have any friends.
No, 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 no!
Hey, stop fighting with Master. You're making me jealous. I want the abuse. Give and take. Me. It's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. Well, that's just how it is for now. Fuck! And so, Sakura's class trial came to an end, and we returned to the world of Hope's Peak. But the story wasn't even close to over. Time kept marching on. We all went back to our rooms, and before long, night snuck up. Ding dong, bing bong! A nighttime announcement. A skip.
As own the door. Okay then. Sweet dreams.
Okay. Nighttime descended and pulled me down along with it, down into sleep. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't over for me. Oh shit. A voice. I could hear a voice. Okay, hold on. I have to go to the bathroom. Whatever. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna play for a couple more hours. Because I have nothing else to do. What? He up. Wake up. Huh? The voice dragged me from deep slumber into hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead. Oh.
Kyoko?
You gonna kill us?
Yes, it's me.
Huh?
How did she get in?
Kyoko?
I said yes.
So Kyoko's here.
Wait, what?
Oh. In a flash, I was wide awake. Well, what are you doing here?
It's true.
I'm here to wake you up. Okay. Oh, I see. Wait, but my door... It was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked. Are you serious?
Hey.
Always. You don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. But what time is it?
Correct.
Ooh. Nope, 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 nope. Shh, shh. Hide under the desk like you were before. It was perfect. 3 o'clock in the morning, of course. It's 3 a.m.? Stop. Why was Kyoko waking me up at this hour? Okay. Hey. It's so late. What happened?
Makoto.
The favor I need to ask. Okay, at the middle of the night? What's your favor?
So...
Remember what Sakura said at the end of her note? I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. I want to find out what she meant by that. Okay, but how do you plan to do that? Ooh. Then, Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered, "Data center on the floor.
Goodbye.
I'll meet you there." Said another word, she was gone. What the? Her words reverberated through my half-dazed head. The data center? I thought it was locked. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna... Right, here's where Sayaka... When are we going to be stuck? Area, yes. Made my way into the after-hours school and headed for the data center on the 4th floor. Wait, did he upload himself? Oh, wait. Eventually I wound up at the data center, but when I arrived, Yoko's not here. Weird. She said to me she'd meet me. Is she maybe inside already? I put my hand to the door and with a certain amount of force, didn't open. I tried again, but... you know what? I don't want to become famous. I'm going to... Ah, damn. Reason spam. There we go. It must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? Data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Oh ho, what are you doing up, mister? Gah! Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh, well, I just... You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet? Right, but... I can see that, you adults. Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself.
Unbelievable.
Looks like you might break in any second, so I just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you gonna try and tell me you were sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know? Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko!
You too? You guys?
Whatever, the two of you just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure, you got it. Come on, Makoto, let's head back. What?
Hey.
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Shall we go?
Don't worry about it. Let's just go. Okay. Yeah! Go on, get out of here! Shoo! Shoo! Then we left and went back to our rooms. And then...
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. But hold on. What was all that about just now? You woke me up, made me go to the data center, which just so happened to be locked. And then she shows up late, and we leave without checking a single thing. What's the point of all that? Don't worry about it. I figured that would be the end of our conversation, like always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then that was over. But as I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
What? Kyoko's was right next to me once again, whispering into my...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Mukuro Iku... That's the mastermind?
The 16th student.
Oh!
Lying hidden somewhere in the school.
What?
The one they call the ultimate despair.
Oh. Ah!
Watch out for her.
Oh, shit. Oh, 7 question mark? He continued. Alter lump? Yeah. I'm gonna keep playing. Hang out. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Oh. What? I'm gonna do a... What? Okay. Get through 4. Still playing.
Ikusaba.
Oh. What?
Mukuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair.
Tapped on.
Watch out for her.
Oh, hello. We just finished the trial for Sakura. So, that's where we're at right now. We found out that Kyoko wasn't going to murder us in the middle of the night, but she got in our room. But she found something out. Kyoko told me to watch out for her. Muroko Ikusaba. That was 3 days before the next incident. 3 days before we would be faced with one. That hero? I don't know. 3 days before the worst thing so far would reveal itself. Undermount dash, pain of a junk food junkie. Has anyone counted how many days this actually happens for? In the meantime, the day after Sakura's class trial, that morning, so let's begin the usual post-trial investigation. Hey, you didn't make small talk or anything. We never just get straight to the point like that. If you want to keep up with me, you must refrain from pointless small talk. How high is that horse of yours? Stoned as fuck.
Well?
He just acts like that. He just acts like that to hide his own insecurities. That's what I like to think anyway. Regardless, if you want to defeat the mastermind, you need to follow my lead. You know what? I'm gonna follow Kyoko. Because she didn't murder me when she could have. They creep around the pool like a mouse. But the mastermind's pride is as loaded as a cow's udder.
In the name of my family.
Oh. No matter what it takes, I will rid this world of them.
Huh?
Hey, Toko, you've been pretty quiet. Man, you're so boring now. You just sit there like a mushroom. I'm gonna start calling you Miss Mushroom.
What's your deal?
He didn't snap back at you. Her talking makes things difficult, so I told her not to open her mouth without permission. What? But if she can't open her mouth, then she can't eat or drink water. Don't care.
How about that?
And you're okay with that, Toko? Oh. Jeez, how low is that rock you're hiding under? I think this is the small talk Byakuya warned us again.
Come on.
And yet, I let myself get involved. But it is now finished. I will never allow you to drag me down to your level again.
Let's go.
We're going to begin our search. Stop running your mouths and start moving your... Pressured by an obviously irritated Byakuya, we all started our exploration. We're gonna go to the 5th floor. 5th floor, 5th floor. Oh, yeah. Aww. See, like, I can never relate to situations like these, because I already know I'm going to be the first person to die. Why? Diabetes. As soon as they fuck with my insulin, or as soon as someone would fuck with my insulin, I'd be dead. Or stole it, or spread it, flushed it down the drain. I would die immediately. And like, what's the fun in like, well, I say fun, but it's not fun. It's traumatic. But like, I don't know. I would never survive on an adventure. Not a fantasy adventure, not a journey, not a Pokemon journey. I would die. Because if I'm like exposed to heat, that fucks up my. I don't know. I just don't want to die. I want to be immortal. I know, that would really suck. I want eternal youth. So here I am on the 5th floor of Hope's Peak Academy. The 4th floor has been opened up to us. It's totally different from all the floors we've seen. So no shit. For some reason it feels unpleasant. Huh? Okay, let's go in this room, I guess. Nighttime secrets. No, more! He's so dirty. Room looks like a giraffe. Oh no! I was gonna say zebra. I was like, oh, this is a zebra pattern! No, this is more like a giraffe. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna say I know enough to know that I'm a fucking idiot. And that I know absolutely nothing. Oh, there's the tiger? Right. Please. Ha ha ha. If you can. I'm gonna punch you. Oh no. Gross. That's Kyoko. Oh. Huh? Does she want to talk to me about something? Coco, what's wrong? You... Is she trying to say something? I think she's almost just a little more and I might get it. Ah. So sorry, but I have no idea what it is you're trying to tell me. She just let her shoulders drop. She looks so sad. I guess she gave up. Fucking Toko. Just... There. Hey. Oh, there's Hina. I still love you. Or it feels different compared to all the others. I'm not sure what it is. Oops. The lighting is like different. Is there some reason for that? I hope it's not anything too creepy. Well, Hifumi's dead, so no more creepy things. Oh, what? What the hell is this? Wait, it's red. Why is it red? Or am I just, like, stupid? Like, the grotesque horror of the room struck me hard at that. What I smelled was bad enough, but what I smelled... sour, pungent, impossibly rank.
I see.
Smells awful, doesn't it? It's... It must be at least vaguely familiar to you. After all, you've been around your fair share of corpses. You saying... It's the smell of death. Their flesh and fat and blood. There was no surprise in his voice, no shock. But he was right, I had experienced this smell more than once before. Or is that like shit smeared on the wall? I hope not. That was the smell of death and despair. The smell here is strong, condensed. The smell of a battlefield. Monokuma must have...
Hey!
What, my fault again? Stop trying to blame everything on me. If you hadn't done what you did, this never would have happened.
Unbelievable.
No. It's quite the opposite. The opposite?
Now then.
Yep. Let me give you an itty-bitty, eegee-squeegee little hint. As far as this room goes, I don't know a thing. I just left it exactly how I found it. What?
Yes, indeed.
How's that for a hint? Better than the stupid hints you get from NPCs in those mean old RPGs.
Uh-oh.
But it's pretty scary, huh? What over the walls and junk? Of course, even the outside world, people die bloody, gruesome deaths every day.
I can't wait.
So it's
I
not.
can't wait.
Oh, that's not really a big deal. Keep your chin up and keep on living, soldier. What's he about? He just left it the way he found it? What's the meaning of all this? Oh, wait. Here. There's blood all over the place. I want to shut my eyes forever against such a ghastly sight. Oh, that's... It peels all the blood stain dry. And their color has changed as well. I think it's safe to assume these stains are considerably old. This is all really blood? Of course. I wouldn't find it interesting otherwise. A body has been discovered. I don't know. They just got here. They just got on this floor. And it is interesting, I assure you. What on earth happened in this classroom? He seems like he's enjoying himself. No way can I keep up with someone like that. Okay. Camera would have seen, though. Camera working? Okay. Absolutely everywhere. How many cameras does this place have anyway? Oh, nice. Body. White chalk outlines drawn all over the floor. How many bodies were there? I've seen this kind of thing on detective shows and stuff like that. Oh, is this the tragedy? You always see it at the scene of a murder. I wish I could say I don't believe it. Yeah, shit. No. No. Wait a second. Hey, gosh darn minute here. Yakuya, about what Monokuma just told us. Like I'm not even here. He must be lost in thought. Really thinking that hard, or is he just flat out ignoring me? Okay. Clicked on everything. Fucking... Okay. Guess our search continues. fucking shit, man. Must be the tragedy. Aw. Rattle, rattle. Fuck. Came all this way just to be here. The sign in the hallway says Biolab. Biolab, that we're forbidden from seeing into. Kinda sounds like something out of an old cheese horror movie. Go across the... Oh, is this a dojo? Ooh. Like Kyoko told me yesterday. What the heck did it mean?
Mikuro Ikusaba.
Yes, flashbacks.
The
We already know.
16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair.
Ooh.
Watch out for her.
Her. Kyoko? I'm not going to say anything. Huh? Can't say anything. Kyoko narrowed her eyes. Her gaze darted up to the surveillance camera.
Hey.
You understand why, right? Trying to tell me whatever it was important. The mastermind out. But how did Kyoko get her hands on information that could be that important?
So then,
we're finished here. She made it very clear that our conversation had come to an end. And just like usual, I didn't understand anything any better than before. Even though this room is totally enclosed, there is a cherry tree planted here, and it is in full bloom.
Hey.
Quite elegant. Is this what you consider elegant?
Indeed.
I lived overseas for a long time, but this kind of Japanese-style scenery is refreshing. But considering our situation isn't kinda out of place. Samurai suit. Oh no. Suit of armor on display. Japanese. Nice! How many coins I have? That target seems pretty far away. Gotta say, pretty proud of my eyesight. Fuck you. Okay. Even though this room is totally closed,
Hey. Indeed.
Put on a place. It's a straw post used for sword practice. Did they use it for training here, too? A lot of coins. Oh. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in here. The wooden lockers and keys remind me of super old school public bathhouse. Well. That's it for this. Okay. Oh! Oh! Ooh! Open doors! Oh! And fucking Raffalasias.
Yo.
At first I thought I saw blue skies, but turns out they just painted the walls and ceiling.
You know?
Oh, but the plants are all real. It's been a while since I've smelled vegetation. It helps me relax. Uh-huh. That's not what you're thinking, is it? What? Huh? Why? Is that bad? Don't you get it? Don't you realize the true horror of plant life? Okay. It's there, just beneath the surface. Beneath their calm exterior, they're always watching and waiting. And when they decide they can't leave us in charge of Earth anymore,
The end is nigh.
they'll put up their plan for global human extinction into action. Okay. I'm serious. Oh. Camera. There's a shed. Alright, just be sure I should take a look at in that tool. This place seems totally disorganized, from a lawnmower to fertilizer, flower pots to farm tools. And leaning against the back wall, is that a pickaxe? Crazy diamond. That's Mondo. The diamond? I feel like I remember seeing that somewhere. Mondo. It's Mondo. There are different kinds of gardening tools. Are they trying to get us to become self-sufficient? Lawnmower. There's a lawnmower here. Even with this here, who's actually going to take care of the lawn? Huh. So many flower pots. Big ones, little ones, any size you might need. Maybe I'll grow some flowers and put in my room. There we go. Bags of fertilizer are piled up. There's so many different kinds to choose from. Oh. Yes, that's it for here. That. Jesus fuck. Yeah, this monstrosity. Wow, what is this? This thing is super weird, super creepy. Flowers aren't supposed to get this big. Is this thing real? Oh. Watch out! That's a Monokuma flower. I came up with the name myself. Try and touch it and you're in for some real excitement. Your heart's all like, whoa, and the plant's all like, snap! And your flesh is all like, bleh, I'm dead. In other words, it's a atrocity. Pretty freaking amazing if I do say so myself. A student at Hope's Peak added improvement after improvement and created this miracle creature. The ultimate botanist. Although they don't go here anymore. They died during the tragedy. Oh. That's not what that room is. By the way, despite how it looks, that flower is super practical. You can eat paper, plastic, even people. So it's totally good for the environment.
Well done.
Such an eco-friendly creation is vital for the future growth of a healthy society. Not that I know anything about that myself. Ha 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 ha. Shouting more and more nonsense, Monokuma eventually disappeared. Whatever it is, I better keep my distance. Nice! He's giving me so many coins. Is this a chicken coop? What's a chicken coop doing here? Oh! This place even has chickens, huh? How are they still alive? They're regular chickens, right? Like, they don't eat people or lay bombs instead of eggs or something crazy like that? Seems safe. Chickens! Oh, wait. Chicken. It's really alive, right? There's no mistake. Wait, all of them. Chicken. Chicken. Not expecting to be fed like humans, is it? Chicken. Like, can I say that for sure? Chicken. Really alive, there's no mistake. Chicken doesn't have like a second form, right? Oh, that's all there is in here. Step away from the chicken coop. Yes. Oh, you like chickens too, Makoto? Yeah, I love these little guys. They're seriously cute, right? There's exactly 5 of them here. Okay, that's gonna change later, isn't it? Exactly? 5. You know the number that comes after 4 and before 6? At least in terms of natural numbers. Anyway, whenever the number 5 pops up, that's a good omen. It contains the mysteries of the cosmos. Okay.
I'm at least 30%
It's a number... 30%. It's a number of power, a refreshing number on par with hand-squeezed, all-natural lemonade. He never lets me get in a word. This thing. There's some kind of control panel set near the wall. Does it control the air conditioning or something? It's for the sprinklers! Sprinklers? Yeah, it controls the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off every morning at 4:30. Don't you dare change it without permission. Of course, the setting panel is locked, so you couldn't change it. You couldn't change it if you wanted to. So that means the sprinklers go off at 7:30 a.m. every morning. Yep, you got it. It's super user-friendly, which sucks. So if you get here too early, you'll get drenched. So watch yourself. But you're not a little kid, right? You're too old to go running through the sprinklers anyway.
Disgusting.
Or do you have some kind of water fetish? Okay. I'm gonna tell everyone! Okay. Okay. Wait, there's something behind you. Guess this is it. Yeah, yes. I guess I've seen what there is to see up here for now. But once again, nothing I found seems to make any real sense. I need to head back to the dining hall and find out what the others turned. One after another, everyone made their way to the dining hall. Before too long, it would appear everyone has returned. Still, it's just the 6 of us. It's barely enough for a decent volleyball team.
Just a second.
Hey, don't be a sourpuss. We gotta think positive. Besides, even if one more person dies, we can still field the basketball team. Cool. That's like reverse positive thinking. Anyway, there's no time to be depressed. For the sake of everyone we've lost, we have to do our best. Can we stop all this group hug nonsense? We need to find out what everyone discovered. Okay.
Yeah.
I checked out all the windows on the 5th floor in front to back. That used to kind of be Sakura's job, but anyway, no dice. There were metal plates on all the windows, just like everywhere else.
Correct.
Which means no chance of escape on the 5th floor either. But when I was looking around, I realized something with the layout of the school. Oh. But exactly did you notice about the layout of the school? Huh?
Just a second.
You took a good look around the 5th floor yourself, didn't you, Makoto? Huh? What do you ask?
So then...
Because if you did, you must have noticed the 5th floor is lacking something every floor has. A bathroom? Not all their floors, but not on the 5th floor. Oh, are you talking about stairs? There aren't any stairs leading up from the 5th floor. Thinking about, right? Does that mean the 5th floor is the end?
Correct.
We're finally starting to get a clear picture of the school. All that's left now is to solve the underlying mystery. But that's the hardest part.
Okay.
Even if it's hard, we still gotta do it. Yeah, Hina's right. Everything will be okay as long as we work together. I'm sure we'll make it out of this. No, not I'm sure. We absolutely will make it out, no matter what it takes. And I was just talking to one person. By the way, did any of you find it? Yeah, there's a strange room on the 5th floor. Well, no, strange is a massive understatement. The smell of flesh and fat and blood. Whew. The white outlines of countless corpses. It was more dreadful than anything I've encountered here so far. What the hell are you talking about? The smell itself was horrific, far beyond any normal murder scene. Every body's smell concentrated.
Huh?
God, I'm glad I didn't see it. I feel like I'm gonna barf just hearing you describe it. But I mean, what the hell happened in that room?
So, in other words...
I can only think of one thing. A large group of people died right there in that room. A bunch of people were, like, killed in there? Stop, seriously, I'm gonna throw up.
It can't be.
Perhaps that's what was meant by the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Huh? You're thinking the same thing, then. My theory is... the mass murder took place in that room. The mass murder that took place in that room is the incident to have happened 1 year ago. The awful scene in that room. Was that the tragedy that happened a year ago? I guess? But it shouldn't be the worst event in human history.
In other words...
Probably like Nagasaki. Precisely. The tragedy is another name for the genocide of the student body of homes Okay, I don't like the word genocide. It's not a genocide. Not a genocide. Okay. If that's true,
It's all clear.
that would explain why Hope's Peak was forced to close its doors.
Hey.
I mean, I guess that all makes sense. But it's all just so awful. Not awful. Super awfully awful. They're right. It's beyond awful. It's terrible, tragic, hopeless. But still, how is it not one of how is it not one of us ever heard about something like that happening? Does that mean they really did cover it up? Dang.
Hey,
My concern is with the biolab. That was the only place on the 5th floor that we couldn't access. The biolab, huh? I wonder what's in there.
Could it be?
If this were like a cliche horror game, it'd be some kind of creature, the final boss, or tyrant, or...
But
We're not in a horror game, though. Uh-huh. Either way, we don't need to worry about it at the moment. Don't bother thinking about something that can't be understood no matter how much you think about it.
Naturally.
Your tiny brains can only do so much. So focus on utilizing them efficiently. Shut up! You didn't do shit last trial.
well,
I don't really like how you said it, but what you said is probably right.
What?
No, how I said it is right too. Hey. Wait, Toko. He's not gonna be able to talk. Hey, Byakuya, it seems like Toko wants to say something.
What?
So, why are you telling me?
Hey.
Well, because you told her to zip it or whatever. I'd forgotten about that. Jesus, man. You know you're like torturing her, but come on. Well, Toko, if you want to envelop us all in your putrid breath, I won't stop you. You honor me, Master. And don't worry, I took care of the odor problem. Seriously, you're just gonna take it? Shut up and don't interrupt when Master and me are talking. Okay, so what did you want to tell us? Well, there was something in a classroom on the 5th floor, and something caught my attention. It was this. A knife? What do you got there? A knife! No! That's like all those fan animations that are out there. It's just Makoto's like, what do you got there? And Toko's just running. A knife! No! And Makoto has to go chase after her.
What?
It's survival knife. It's a survival knife of some. But what was it doing in a classroom? How would I know?
Very suspicious.
What are you gonna use that knife for? What are you planning to do to us? I'm not gonna do anything. I just picked it up. I didn't want to leave a knife just laying around.
How about that?
I'd rather have it laying around than in the hands of a serial killer. Don't compare me to her. I'm nothing like her. Listen, more important. Now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it?
You know?
We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do.
What's your problem?
I don't want it anyways. Too dangerous. So what to do?
So then,
Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Okay. Huh? Me? Oh yeah, I totally trust Makoto to take care of it.
okay.
Then that's that. Okay. But hold on, don't I get a say?
clear now.
It just shows how much they trust you. You should do as they ask. Are you sure it's trust? I feel like they're just using me. Okay, so here you go, Makoto. They're acting like I already said yes. Fine. I guess there's nothing I can do. I'll just keep it in my desk drawer for now. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Itoko. Do I still have bad breath? Sorry. I'm sorry it stinks. I'm sorry it stinks. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You made a valuable discovery. Good job. Huh? 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 Did Magister just praise me? Wait, it's nighttime now? Hey, good for you. Oh, I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Yeah, that I would ever experience such a dream. Okay, we're skipping this. Whenever I look at Toko these days, it just makes me feel sad. Oh boy.
You know?
Well, there is a big garden up on the 5th floor, and I found more than one thing to be worried about. A stupidly large plant, a chicken coop, and I know what you're gonna say, but a tool shed. Let's go through the first one. Monokuma said that was called, Monokuma flower. Even touching it seems dangerous, so we have to be careful.
For serious?
It's totally a man-eating plant. I'm pretty sure it's different from the one that lives in the pipe. The one that lives in the pipe? Anyway, that thing must benefit from the sprinkler system as much as anything else in there. Oh yeah, apparently the sprinklers come on every morning at 7:30 on the dot. Yeah, remember that. You don't want to get drenched and catch a cold.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry. They say idiots never catch colds, you know? Of course not, because idiots never get wet. I think you're thinking of ducks. I'm starting to worry about you, Hero. Can you tell me what 10 plus 10 is?
What the heck?
Hey, come on. You don't always have to call me dumb. I may have been held back 3 times, but that doesn't make me stupid. But if it'll make you happy, I'll answer your dumb question. So, what was that question again? Don't worry, you just answered it. Okay, are we supposed to... No. Dr. Kiko?
Hey.
Okay. What? Who do I talk to again? Strange room on the 5th floor. I only assume that... So the mass murder that took place in that room is the... No...
In other words,
Who am I supposed to talk to again?
naturally.
What if that's... Oh. Oh, I can't go running off now. I hear what the others say. They've already talked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
5th floor. Finally starting to get a... Am I supposed to go again? Oh, Master, praise me. Maybe we should leave her alone for now.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's settled. We'll let you be in charge of the knife, Makoto.
You know?
Well, there's... yeah. Oh. Shit, no!
You know?
Hey, find more... Hey... There were a bunch of chickens in the chicken coop, right? That's right, 5. 5 chickens. I love chickens. Let's raise them up big and fat. Then we can make fried chicken or barbecue. Decisions. Oh, or how about raw? Just because there's nothing fresher than raw, right? No, you don't eat raw chicken. Pretty sure that'd kill you. Hey.
You know?
Tool shed. You notice it too, huh? That pickaxe.
What?
Huh? What about the pickaxe? Fucking huge. Well, there was a pickaxe tool shed. And the words Crazy Diamond had carved into the handle. Haven't we seen that phrase somewhere before? Crazy Diamond. Yeah, that does sound kind of familiar, I think.
It's true.
I don't just think, I know. We've definitely seen that phrase before. Huh? Where? Ah, that's it. I remember. Up. Oof. It was on Mondo's uniform, on the back of his jacket. His jacket said the same thing, right? Crazy Diamond.
I see.
You're absolutely right. But why would that be on the pickaxe in the garden?
Could it be?
Mondo must have snuck in there and done it, right? Well, no. No possible way. We didn't have access to the garden until today.
That's right.
Then maybe Mondo brought it with him when he first came here and Nakuma confiscated it? Why would he bring a... Whatever the reason, that's what stuck out to me in the tool shed, the pickaxe connected to Mondo. Well, what stuck out to me wasn't the pickaxe at all. Huh? Then what did?
Yo.
What I noticed was the lawnmower. I'm thinking maybe we can use it to call for help. What? Oh. How are you gonna call for help with a lawnmower?
What the heck?
Maybe we can use it to make crop circles or something. Who's gonna see them? Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna make crop circles.
Well?
And we can use those to call for help. What the heck's happened to you? You weren't like this in the beginning, you know.
You know?
Well, back then my personality hadn't quite solidified yet. I didn't think it was possible, but I'm more disappointed now than I've ever been. Well, I think that's all the new information we have for now.
Yo.
Oh, now what do we do? Well, starting today, you're all under my command. But before we proceed, I need to figure something.
No way.
Jeez, how cocky can you be? You're just gonna bust through the ceiling if your head gets any bigger. So, what is it you want to figure out? Yoko's identity. Ew. Huh?
Well,
Kyoko's identity? But Kyoko is Kyoko, right? Yes, but who is she? The rest of us have a clear, definable reason for having been selected to attend Hope's Academy. Hina is the ultimate swimming pro, Hiro is the ultimate clairvoyant. Eve Makoto is the ultimate lucky student. No more unlucky than. But. So what about Kyoko? Can anyone tell me what she is? Now that you've mentioned it, she's never told us. Well, Kyoko doesn't really like talking about herself anyway, right? It's not a matter of what she likes or doesn't like. It's a matter of trust. Do you trust someone who's unwilling to reveal their true identity? We need to avoid raising any more suspicion. So Kyoko, it's time you told us. Oh. I can't.
Huh?
But what? Well, why won't you tell us?
Wrong.
I didn't say I won't. I said I can't.
What the heck?
What do you mean? Has she lost her memory?
So...
Oh, because I don't remember. What? I have no memory of what I am. You have no memory? You mean... Asia?
What?
If I thought you had a sense of humor, I'd say you were joking. But if this is a joke, I'm not laughing.
This is very
You can't be serious right now, can you? Knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I didn't say anything.
However...
Doesn't matter. Either way, the truth will make itself clear before we're...
What?
So you have no intention of telling us, and I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Hey.
What are you going to do? Torture me? Nothing as barbaric as that.
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your option. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
What?
Limit my option?
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. No! But if she gives you her room key, you can't go to sleep in her room. She'll be like breaking school regulation. And if she doesn't want that, she'll talk. Easy. Do is tell us about herself. Hold on, a threat like that.
That's fine.
Fine. Understand. Good. You're finally in the mood for conversation. Without saying a word, Kyoko walked right up to Byakuya and held out her room key.
It can't be.
You damn fool. Why do you refuse to talk? Like, okay.
Because...
Whether I want to or not, I can't. All I can do is keep telling you that. Maybe she really did lose her memory. If you really think about it, it doesn't sound totally impossible. This is the worst school ever. Where only the worst stuff happens, right? Amnesia would fit right in.
However...
The worst school where only the worst things happen? You really mean that? Huh?
Hey.
Can you really be sure that life here has been filled with only the worst things? But what do you mean? Perhaps I've said too much. Memory's been modified? Kyoko then turned her back on us and without a word began to walk away.
Come on.
Where do you think you're going?
Goodbye.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to harm any of you. Those were her last words as she left. No! The dining hall was silent. The only sound was the door opening and closing as Kyoko left the room.
What the heck?
What's her deal?
But...
I think you went too far taking her room key like that. For her, it wasn't far enough.
Stop talking.
You're being noisy again, Toko.
Come on.
Sorry, I can still hear you. The sound of you breathing, your heart beating, it grates on me. Are you telling her to die? I mean, I know how you feel, but... What's Kyoko gonna do now? Plus, this situation is just like before. No different from when everyone started accusing Sakura. And I'm no different either. I still can't stop anyone. What? What the hell? Why are you yelling all of a sudden?
'Cause, I mean...
What? Oh. It's you! How long have you been standing there? I'm very, very angry! Oh. Angry at what? At the thief! That's right. I'm very sad to have to tell you there's a thief in your midst. What? Oh, hello, new follower. It's very late, but thank you for coming to watch. My precious! They stole it! You're precious?
Your teacher had such faith in you. And this is how you repay me?
This precious got
With
stolen.
betrayal?
Reality is filled with so much hardship, isn't it? No wonder people run away into their fantasies. But what the heck is your precious? Shut up! I hope you all get stuck in a hiring freeze and die penniless on the street. Oh.
What the heck?
He's gone. What the heck was that all about?
So,
He said something about his precious getting stolen. Does anyone have any idea what that might mean? It likely has something to do with Kyoko. Huh? Who else other than her would be willing and able to steal something from Monokuma? Yep, did Kyoko really steal something from Monokuma? But if that's true, what was it? And why would she do that? Dong bing bong!
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. Outside
Alright.
soon the doors. Okay then.
Uh-oh, we need to get out of here.
You know?
We could talk about this more tomorrow. And about Kyoko. However, after what just happened with Monokuma and Kyoko, I feel like there's something in the air. I would suggest you take extra precautions tonight. Stay in your rooms. Don't go wandering around.
well...
Not like we need you to tell us that.
Goodbye.
Well then, let's disperse. See you all tomorrow. Not sus. Following his lead, each of us went back to our rooms. Ah, that's right. I need to put away the knife I got from Toko. I think the safest place for it will be in my desk drawer. But anyway, is Kyoko really gonna be okay? She can't get into her room. What's she gonna do? Isn't there something I can do? Something I can... Monokuma Theater? Oh, no. Ding dong. As I opened my eyes, I realized I had fallen asleep without realizing. More important, did I hear the doorbell? Oh. Kyoko?
Hey.
I'll be waiting for you in the dressing room. You there. Hey, wait, Kyoko! Without acknowledging me, Kyoko disappeared into the depths of the darkened hallway. I know we're not supposed to go out during nighttime, but, well, that's Celeste's role, and Celeste is dead. I can't just not go.
Hey.
Sorry for asking you to meet with me so late. It's okay, I'm used to it.
Correct.
Indeed.
So then...
Well then, let me get straight to the point. It's something you can't talk about in front of the surveillance camera, right? So does that mean... Does this have something to do with whatever it is you stole from Monokuma? Monokuma told us earlier that someone had stolen something. Was it you?
Indeed.
Right. Ooh. So I was right. Well, what did you steal?
So...
I stole this. Oh, a key. But looking at it, I couldn't tell... I could tell it wasn't just any key. Is it a skeleton key? Oh, it's shaped like Monokuma. Probably the only key of its kind on Earth. Where did you get this?
So...
From the the headmaster's room. How'd you get in there? What? You snuck into the headmaster's room? But wasn't it locked?
However...
The lock was broken. What?
Correct.
It was Sakura. She did it for us. She did?
Indeed.
Remember what... Oh, remember what she said in her note? I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. So Sakura broke into the headmaster's room.
That's right.
That's right. So we could uncover whatever secrets might lay hidden within. She did that for us. She violated the school regulation to help us. She had already decided to die, so our last act was to defy the rules of this place.
Indeed.
Ah. I noticed the room was open after the cross trial was over yesterday. But if I just strolled into the room, Monokuma would have noticed right away, which is why I used you as a decoy. So you asked me to meet you at the data center in order to...
Correct.
Correct. I wanted you to draw Monokuma's attention. I took that opportunity to sneak into the headmaster's room, and as a result, I found this key. Wow. Then, what you told me about yesterday, did that come from the headmaster's room too?
Mukuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
I've noticed that like 4 times. Did you find out about this Mukuro Ikusaba while you were in there?
Indeed.
I did find a file in the headmaster's room that talked about her, yes. I don't know all the details yet, but one thing I do know is that Mukuro Ikusaba is dangerous. Dangerous?
In other words,
He may well be the mastermind. But mastermind? But didn't Alter Ego say that the headmaster was probably the mastermind?
wrong.
No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. What? I don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right. Make such a strong statement without proof. That's not like Kyoko at all. But if it isn't the headmaster, does that mean Mukuro Ikusaba really could be the mastermind? Anyway, this key is one big opportunity we've been waiting to get our... Now that we've grasped it, we can't let it go, can we? I mean, what's this key even meant to unlock?
So...
I don't know yet, which is why. Oh, I need you to draw Monokuma's attention again, while I go and find out. Wait, so you're planning on sneaking back in again? You can't. That's way too dangerous. And you want me to draw his attention? We don't actually know where... No, there's just one mastermind, right? But there's more than one person watching us.
Is that right?
But they didn't catch on last night, right? Maybe we just got lucky.
Hey.
Or maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Oh. Huh? Like I said, we didn't get caught last night. But as you said, maybe it was pure luck. Why we're going to run the experiment one more time. And if we're successful again, then what may have just been a lucky guess will be proven true. As Kyoko talked, she was calm and collected as ever. I couldn't help but just stand there and listen.
Hey.
If it's true that the mastermind can't watch us and control Monokuma at the same time, then there would have to be a period of time where the mastermind is vulnerable. All we need to do is find out for sure if that's actually true, and if we can, exploit it. Maybe, but no matter what the reward, the risk is just too high. When I think of what might happen if we fail...
Why is that?
I don't think you need to worry all that much. After all, with minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion. No restrictions has been placed on our efforts to solve the mystery, am I wrong? Even when I took the key, I didn't break any rules as far as I can tell. But if the mastermind decides to do something, all the rules in the world won't matter. He could just kill us all without a second thought.
I see.
See, in that case, even if the plan fails, we'll still be able to prove or disprove that hypothesis. What?
Correct.
In a moment of crisis, will the mastermind break their own rules or adhere to them no matter what? In other words, it gains something whether we succeed or not. Now, there's no reason not to do it, right? Okay. But...
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Oh, you just joined. What's going on? Okay, so... Okay. Let's see. So, Sakura has since died. Everyone explored the 5th floor. And... found a bunch of different stuff. There's like a man-eating plant somewhere. There's like pins. There's a tool shed with a bunch of sharp pickaxes. Lots of chance for murder. And Kyoko has apparently lost her memories since the beginning of being in here. So I guess this whole time she realized no one would believe her. She said she lost her memory. So now she's spent this whole time getting really good at being a detective. I don't know.
Hey.
Am I wrong? At that moment, I finally realized. I have never seen the slightest hint of fear or despair in Kyoko's eye. Her game was firmly fixed on the mystery ahead, the enemy standing before us, and with that in view, he just smiled. I can't change how I feel, and I wouldn't if I could. Then Kyoko took something from her coat pocket and held it out to me. Huh? What's this?
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. If something happens,
However,
I'm not planning on dying, but there's always a chance of it, and a death without meaning is unappealing.
hey,
Please, I want you to hold on to it for me. Fine, I'll hold on to it, just because you asked me to. But I'm gonna give it back at some point, then you can be sure of that.
indeed.
Yes, of course.
Hey,
Oh, and one more thing. You can't tell anyone else about what I've discovered. Sure, because then there's a chance the mastermind might find out, right?
indeed.
Well, there's that too. Huh? You mean there's something else?
Well,
Nothing. Forget I said anything. I can't forget that easily.
so then,
Okay, then shall we begin? Oh, fuck.
Makoto.
I'm counting on you, Makoto. I just have to get... I just have to get Monokuma's attention, right? Well, I'll give it my best shot.
Goodbye.
I'm going on ahead. The rest is up to you. Her curt goodbye was no different from any other time. Like every other time, she moved at a brisk pace as she wasn't like it. It was the sudden nod I felt in my stomach as I watched her walk away. No, everything's gonna be fine. I know it! Because it's Kyoko. Talking to myself helped shake off some of my anxiety. And then I got to work. Oof. Okay, let's do this. Hey Monokuma, you can see me, right? Get out here. I've got a bone to pick with you. Then, a few minutes later...
Monokuma appears!
Oh, well, this is a surprise. You being the one to call me out.
Hey, hey!
Hey, by the way. Huh?
Most suspicious.
What are you and Kyoko up to? Going to the bathhouse? Just the two of you? In the middle of the night? No. Sorry. Definitely a hot and steamy moment, wouldn't you say? So warm and wet and warm, I bet you guys. Oh. Removed to conform with local and international censorship laws. All over her, didn't you? Oh. Not gonna talk, huh? Sure, I get it. Well, whatever. Unlike you, I have absolutely no interest in late night bath scenes. Because I like to be in a healthy life of observation, far away from X-rated exploits. So, is that why there's no surveillance cameras in the bathhouse? Bullseye! Or is it maybe because the lens gets all fogged up and you can't see anything anyway, right? Oh. Sounds like that's the bullseye to me.
You need something?
Anyway, you went to all that trouble to get me out here. Now, what do you want? Oh, well, there's something I just wanted to confirm with you.
Say what?
Whether I'm a mademoiselle or dude fella.
Actually,
But in the Bear Kingdom, okay. Monokuma is non-binary. There is no male or female. Actually, there is.
what?
Seriously?
My entire
Then
existence!
what am I? My entire existence.
This is kind of depressing.
That's enough. I'll get stuck if I think about it too much. So what did you really want to ask me? Well, you told us earlier that you had your precious had been stolen. What's this precious of yours?
What are you thinking?
Listen, I'm sure this is a silly question. No way it's possible at all, but... Is that seriously what you dragged me out here to ask me?
Unbelievable.
You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be 100 megaton freaking kidding me. You're not gonna ask something useful, like how to get the best honey or earth sign breeding tips? This is just crazy. Are all pubescent teen boys as nutty as you?
What the heck?
Oh. God, you're so annoying. Fine, I'll tell you. It was a key and boop! That's it. What's the second thing? It's a blank, stupid. Secret. Fill it in yourself. Making you trudge all the way out here for that. I'd like to see what's going on in that brain of yours. And next time you summon me for something so stupid, I'll open up your skull and find out. Dropping more than a few swear words, Monokuma stormed off. Oh boy. Woo! I hope I kept him distracted long enough. Now all I can do is wait and hope Kyoko makes it out. No, she'll be fine. It's Kyoko, after all. I'm sure she's fine, right? I went back to my room and laid down, doing my best to settle my nerves and get back. Kyoko, please don't die. Please don't die. I need you, Kyoko.
Monokuma Theater, brought to you by Spike Toonsoft Company Limited.
What? Thing. Was this? Oh. And Sakura's Revenge, the game the world has been waiting for. Fortunately, development has been cancelled. Oh. Shit. Okay. What was that? This super stylish, super fashionable game was cancelled during development? But it'll start back up again if Danganronpa sells well?
Then you guys have to recommend it to your friends, too!
Yep, that's what I've been doing. Dong bing bong.
Good morning.
Okay.
Get ready to.
Okay, my body feels so heavy this morning. Must be because I was up so late last night. Anyway, I need to get to the dining hall. Please, Kyoko, be. Please, Kyoko, be. He's like one of two likable. Okay. Okay. Kyoko. She's not here. Okay. You're 1 minute late, Makoto. How do you explain this? Sorry, I'm not feeling so great today.
What's your problem?
You really think a turd excuse like that is gonna work? Huh? Are you allowed to talk again? I don't recall giving you permission. Huh? I just thought, since a day had passed, and maybe it had reset. Sorry, don't hate me. Whatever my punishment is, I'll accept it. I'll hang a sign. Okay. I'll clean your bathroom with my toothbrush. Stop making disgusting comments like that. Maybe I can forgive you. Thank you. I won't make any more disgusting comments. I promise. If you do, you can stuff my mouth full of trash. As long as it's you and no one else, I don't mind. No, yeah, she's disgusting to the bone.
So,
Anyway, where's Kyoko? I haven't seen her this morning.
Could it be?
Not cool. This is worse than being late for lunch, for a date, for your wedding, for anything. Maybe she's mad about what happened yesterday and she's not going to show up anymore. I can't tell the others why Kyoko might not. The best thing to do right now is just to keep quiet.
Very strange.
Whatever her reason, I'm curious to know what she is doing. I know she's not in her room, so...
You know?
Oh yeah, you still have her key, right?
What's this?
Ah, are you looking for Miss Kirigiri? What? What do you want now?
Hey, hey!
I'm right? You're wondering where Miss Kirigiri is, right? Do you know where she is?
ooh.
Well, it's hard to say. Huh? You don't know either?
What?
It's because he doesn't know. That's why he's here, to try and prod us from information. Don't you hate it when you ask someone what their favorite movie is and they name some indie bullcrap?
This is very suspicious.
I feel like I'm getting whiplash the way he changes subjects like that. Thank goodness, it looks like Monokuma really didn't notice. So I guess our plan went off just fine last night. What could mean?
Hey,
Maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Would she have been right about that?
Hey, hey!
No, was I right? You're looking for Miss Kirigiri? Any idea where she might have gone? I have no idea. And even if we did know, we wouldn't tell you.
What the heck?
We're serious. I see. Well, fine. Whatever. I don't even care anymore. Sayonara, suckers. As soon as he was gone, we all glanced around at each other. So, what was that just now? Does that mean Monokuma doesn't know where she is either? It would seem that way.
You know?
Where the heck could she have gone? Don't you think we should all go look for her? And how would you suggest we approach that task? Even Monokuma can't seem to locate her.
Very suspicious.
Yeah, how can you not know where she is?
Yeah, totally.
So strange. Kyoko must have used that key to sneak into some unknown part of the school. Somewhere even Monokuma wouldn't notice? Where could it be? We spent the rest of breakfast talking about where Kyoko could have been. Afterwards, we returned to our room. Oh, so casual! Ooh. Breakfast didn't help me feel any more upbeat, but that's for sure. I feel like this is more important than just me staying up late last night. I feel like this is more than me staying up late last night. Okay. Leave the area. Okay. Go back in. Yes. Okay. We have to get to the floor. Well, let's... Okay. I have a fuck ton of coins. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Coin. Oh. Oh, lucky. Oh. Here. Oh, I already got this. I'm gonna... Hey. Oh. That's enough. Let's get out of here. Okay, okay. There is Coco. In the rec room? I don't know if anyone's gonna be in the... Things back to normal. Just like with Sayaka and Taka. Monokuma's responsible. Oh, what? Pulsadars seem fairly confident. Sakura. Oh, fuck. Is everyone dying? Oh, oh. Fourth floor. Still locked. Still locked. Okay. Wait. Locked again. Yoko said Sakura had broken the lock on the store. Does that mean it's been fixed already? I should have known it wouldn't be that. Already fixed. Hey. Oh. Yes. Oh. Right. Yakuza's probably going here. Oh no. Not. Wait. Well... Well, okay. Fine. I don't like talking to you. You're stupid.
Oh, so then.
Nanokuma seems like super advanced, right? I think maybe we've been caught in the middle of some
Very suspicious.
a global revolution by ancient civilizations that we've ruined. Their alien technology will destroy us! Or maybe not. I don't know. Well, should I talk to Hero while he's acting like this? That's a... Huh? You want to hang out with me?
It's not like some occult
Well then,
mystery.
I have a story for you. My research revealed a surprising connection between Tokyo Tower and the lost Lemurian civilization. Hiro spent a lot of time talking about stuff that didn't make any sense to me. Her and I grew a little closer to it. Yes. Cool skull. Decayed t-shirt. And bra. Bullweed. Unending dandelion. Gun. Crystal skull. Huh? You're saying I can have this? All of a sudden I feel invigorated. I feel awake. I feel like I like you. Seeing Hiro so pleased with something I gave him makes me...
Yo.
Hey Makoto. What's up, my brother and fellow mother lover? Let's raise our semi-siblings upright, okay? Oh. Stop talking about that.
Oh, so then.
So you ready for the next round? Never! Actually, how would I know... How do you... Oh, hello, follower. It's Buddy the Terrible. Well, hopefully this time here won't be too terrible. How do you do your fortune? Anyway. I saw you doing palm readings and stuff. You didn't use any tools or anything. Wow, I didn't know you knew about divination tools. Sounds like you know your way around the spirit world. I'm not sure you need to know that much. I'm not sure you need to know that much about this kind of tool.
Yo.
Now that I know you're an expert, I have a question for you. A correct answer gets you another discount. No thanks.
Could it be?
There are 22 cards known as the Major Arcana. 56 cards known as the Minor Arcana. Generally, the cards for Major Arcana are used for divination. You know what I'm talking about? Major and Minor Arcana, and the Major Arcana cards are used to tell the future. Must be tarot card. Oh, I know. You're talking about tarot cards. Oh, hello. It's not after I'm the terrible. It's because I'm terrible at video games, particularly. Oh man, I get dizzy. I get headaches during first-person shooters. Like, it sucks. I get nauseous. Ugh. We're gonna talk about tarot cards.
What?
Ah, gloriously correct. I will now tell your fortune for a measly 600 bones. What? Wow, really? It's something I'd never say. I've had enough fortune telling for one lifetime. I see. Well, if you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Sure thing. Anyway, getting back to what I asked you about before. If you don't use any tools or whatever, how do you do your fortune telling? Oh, yes. Yeah, no, like, it sucks. Like, no, I remember when I was a lot younger, I had played Amnesia, the horror game, on my younger brother's computer, but, I ended up having to stop playing, like, only maybe 30 minutes in or so. Yeah, because of how the frame rate was or something. I don't know. I'm also bad at games, but this isn't really a game. It's like a visual novel, I guess.
Don't be mean.
Well, don't be fooled. I have my own technique. For example, I employ numerology. Oh, numerology. It's... Okay, wait. Maybe he'll explain it.
Yo.
Yep. It uses a mathematical formula to predict the future based on birth dates, the letter numbering, all that. Yeah, like, each letter in your name has a number, and you add the numbers together, and the number means something. But I didn't see you doing anything like that either. It's more of an inspirational style of fortune telling. Some kind of unknown power just acts through you, and suddenly, bam, you've got the info. You're talking about intuition.
How about that?
Don't try and describe it using such a cheesy word. Oh, you like visual novels for the same reason. Plus, they're hilarious, especially Danganronpa. Yeah, this is a blind playthrough of me doing this, so I don't know what's going on at all. Just like Hero. But if it's not intuition, then it's gotta be some kind of supernatural power.
It's not like some occult mystery.
Don't compare my clairvoyance to some occult bullcrap. I hate the occult. Take that crap somewhere else. You hate the occult?
Well?
Yep. Now there's some good news. Act now, and I'll throw in an extra bonus on your reading. My shoulder hurts. I used white magic to record a CD of spirit messages I received from the luxury suite of heaven. 5 seconds of this, baby, and you'll be witnessing miracles and communing with angels for days. And you said you hate the occult? Hey, business is business. The more I talk to him, the less I... Yep. Maximum number of skill points is... Hey, look at you go. I shook off Hero's sales pitch and headed back to my room for a while. Oh, Hero being the ultimate clairvoyance and also coolest NPC at its finest. Oh yeah, that's definitely very true. I feel even worse than I did this morning. My body feels like lead and now I'm getting chills. Oh no, don't get sick. Dad, I might be getting sick. Okay, well, and he wants to go out? Hey. Leave the area, yes. I want to know where Kyoko is. All of my other wives have died. So... Hey. Where's Kyoko? Hey, we keep up. Hey. Hey. Go. Like, almost 3. Hey, keep going. Hey. Excuse you. What? Come here. Come here. Hello. Oh, thank you. Happy New Year to you too. Well, I might need to take a quick moment with the dogs outside because it's been a little while. So, you know what? I'm gonna get... I don't know. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'll be back. Not too long. Okay. Be right back. Ugh, I'm so mad. Fucking, I just went to go let them out. And fucking fireworks. Again. He didn't want to go outside to go to the bathroom. Now he's gonna have to go on the floor later, probably. Hopefully not the floor. Ugh. Okay. What's this? Oh yeah, the weird... Who's in here? One's in here. No one's in here. Let's get out. Leave the area, yes. Me? I'm gonna talk to Hina. Oh. Yes. Hey. Where is everyone? These probably. Hmm? No. Hey. Where do I go? Where's like a map I can... Oh. No one's on the 5th floor. How do I switch to the other? Oh, wait. First. Oh, wait. They're in the first. Oh. Laundry. Okay, let's go to the laundry. Right. Am I able to like fast travel there? Sure. Ooh. No. Hmm. Oh, this in for the triplets. Oh yeah. Oh, it's insane. I mean, I did too. Okay, I have to go back to the 1st floor. Because Hina's doing laundry. The tiny white squares are your fast travel points. Oh, okay. I'm surprised I haven't figured this out already. Oh, the little squares, you mean? Okay. Oh, wait. Go. Right, to the laundry room. Alright. Hina. Person's ability is measured by the power they display at the point where pressure is applied.
Yeah.
That's a quote from the famous baseball player Kenji Jojima. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not very user friendly.
Yeah, totally.
I think what he means is that you only really see how strong a person is when they're under pressure. Yeah, that's very true. I wonder how strong I can really be. Yeah, let's talk to Hina.
You got it.
Okay, let's go to the pool. Swim time.
But
What are you doing? The dog is like... He's fine. Just don't stare, okay? Oh. I don't actually have a swimsuit, just a shirt, and when it gets wet, it's kind of embarrassing. Oh. Although I wasn't embarrassed before, but now I kind of am. I wonder how come. I went swimming with Hina, who seemed kind of embarrassed. I'm surprised. Hina present? Yes. Like. I don't have any more flotation don't. Overflowing lunchbox? I bird seat. Love status ring. Out of ward farm. No. Did she like this book? I don't know what that is. Dynamo? Flip the switch on the bottom to set. Oh sh. Is that a vibrator? Oh, she should know. Okay. And if what? Well, novels, fountain pen. Red room. Turd lump. Okay. I'm just gonna look it up. Well, she likes the the boy doll. Oh, and she likes the watch. The G. I have two of them. Yeah, how thoughtful. This is why I like you, Makoto. Aw. I mean, not like, not that kind of like. Seeing Hina so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I just know when I saw the flotation donut, that's like me. Cause it's a fucking donut. Is something wrong, Hina? I've reached my limit.
Just a second.
I'm stuck in here. Can't do any sports, can't do anything. I'm sick of it. I want to get out under the sun and do some laps. Run a marathon. I want to do some real sports. Sport ball. Hina, calm down, okay?
What the heck?
I can't do anything in here. I can't move around. I'm gonna die like a bunny rabbit. But I always heard rabbits die from loneliness.
That's terrible.
Whatever, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die if I can't get some proper physical activity. Don't you think that's a little extreme? Sport ball! Yeah.
What the heck?
You think I'm kidding, don't you? But I seriously can't sit still, you know? That's what I've joined 6 sport teams in school. Holy shit. And I thought I did a lot. Like, okay. Let's just say growing up, I was known as the bag lady. Like, I had a bag for everything I had to do throughout the day. Because it usually required a different outfit. Or some sort of uniform. I grew up ice skating. I did swimming for a good couple years, usually during the summer. But I wasn't interested in doing any, like, racing, like swim races and shit. Because I didn't like racing. That was like the one thing I didn't like in swimming. 14 though. Shit. 6?
That's right.
Yeah. Track, basketball, softball, volleyball, tennis, and the big one. Yeah, she definitely seems like she. And the big one. She got to her main sport and ran out of juice. I think it's gonna be going home. Going home. Is marching, ice hockey. Ugh. I'm just. Okay. My younger brother did hockey for a little while, and I just remember the smell. That's all I remember. Let's see, my dad did wrestling. Like, he's got a cauliflower ear in it. Your main sport is swimming, right? Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I don't even care what stroke it is. Just get me in a pool under the blue sky. But isn't it hard to do? But isn't it hard to do that many sports, even for you? Oh. Yeah, it smells like a hockey bag is... Oh, yep. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was an expression. But, yep, it's definitely got its own sort of smell.
Well...
If I can't move, I'll just shrivel up and die. And I need a challenge. More and more new stuff to try. Challenge?
Cause, I mean...
What I really love about sports isn't winning, you know? It's having to fight and struggle and give it all you've got to reach the top. It's that excitement, that fear that you might suffer a heartbreaking loss.
But...
When you finally reach that goal, it's just... lonely at the top, you know? Okay, I never really got into sports, so I couldn't really relate to what she was talking about. But I could tell the reason Hina was so amazing was how hard she could fight and struggle. So that's why I want to push myself as hard as possible when it comes to swimming. I want to aim for the highest mountaintop. The highest mountaintop?
Okay.
I'm talking about the gold medal, of course. Aim for the gold, even if it means I'm a super gold spaz. Did she just call herself? Okay, but what if you... But if that's what you want, isn't that all the more reason? If you have a goal, why are you standing around making excuses?
Huh?
Excuses?
Just a second.
Hey, when did I ever make any excuses? Sure, maybe we're stuck in here right now with no way out. But if you really want to make an effort, shouldn't you try to see what you can do in here? That's a challenge. You just made an official challenge. A big words coming from Makoto. Yeah. I remember when Celeste got attacked. It was like, I cursed my lack of daily exercise. Talking to Heat about goals, yeah.
Yeah, totally.
But I think you're right. Talking to hear about gold. Hina. Can't read. I just got new glasses and I can't read. I want to become a genius of effort. I bet Ian Thorpe said something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't go around making excuses just because we're stuck in here. Alright, I think I'm gonna do some push-ups in my room. Maybe like 1,000 or something. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. She recovered exactly as fast and strong as I would have expected. Hey, look at you go. Ugh. Once we were all done, I headed back to my burping. I hate this music. I'm getting the chills. Feel kind of dizzy. Time to go to bed. I need some sleep. Nighttime wasn't for a while, but it... Why does it say nighttime now, then? As I dropped onto my bed, I felt like I was falling into a bottomless pit. I was unconscious before my head hit the pillow. I could fall asleep that fast. Oh, that's not quite true. I didn't pass out completely. More like my consciousness. I weaved back and forth in sleep and wakefulness. Which is all to say. Restless. At some point, I found myself wandering through it. Then the dream, a voice echoed across.
I understand.
That voice. It's his own voice. Familiar. Ah, it's...
I understand.
It's me.
I understand.
And... Tell me.
Understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Huh? What am I trying to say?
Hope. This is all for Hope. And that's why...
Hi, puppy. Oh, another puppy. Hey, puppy. Mm. Go lay down. Go lay down.
I have to stay. I have to stay here.
Oh.
My dream just now. What? So strange. Huh?
Huh? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Ugh. What? Shit. Oh, shit. What? Oh, what?
Kyoko? What the... What did you...
Hello, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? They're not weirder than the fuck. You know, there's a goddamn Gundam. Do not bark. I think he wants to try going outside again. I'll be right back. Ah, this is such a good part. Why? All you did was start barking at me. Things, dog handler. Yep. Oh, I'll take. Okay. Yeah, he just wanted me to get up and pay attention. So I did for like a couple seconds. Okay, Kyoko. Fuck.
What did you say?
He's not saying anything. Oh, fuck. Every day is peaceful. Every day is joyful. Happy days from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep. Wishing only for those unchanging, unending happy days. Days of boredom repeating forever and ever. No abnormalities as far as the eye can see. Life without the tiniest speck of abnormality.
If the world were like that, I'd consider that pretty damn abnormal.
Yeah. Ding dong, bing bong. Are we still alive? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It is now get ready to.
All right. Hey. What the fuck happened? Yeah, ding dong, bing bong. That's how I always start my streams now. It took longer than usual for me to open my eyes. I let out a deep sigh to bring myself up the rest of the way. The chills, the aches, the unfathomable lethargy, they had all disappeared in the night. All that was left was me, drenched in sweat. It wasn't just because of whatever bug I'd caught either. It was also the dream I had. What the hell was that? I mean, was it even really a dream? I was so desperate to recall it. Scrambled to grab onto fragments of the dream and reel them up from the depths of my memory. That's right, I remember last night. Yep, not doing so good. Came down with a fever and couldn't quite get to sleep. And I heard a voice. I didn't really understand. And then, yeah, we almost got stabbed, right? All of a sudden, I was awake. Who could that have been? Those are big hands. So either Hiro or Byakuya. I'm confused. And they were holding a knife. I want to say I fought them off, but I don't actually remember. I felt like my mind had been detached from my body, burning up with fever. I was somewhere far away, watching my body move on its own, and because of that, I don't remember what really happened. Still, I feel like I resisted them desperately, feverishly. After that, things go black again. The next thing I remember, Yoko. Anything in her hands? No. Yoko was there. But what would she have been doing in my room? What a strange dream. No, was it really a dream? How can I possibly find out either? Check the drawer! Check the drawer! I opened up the desk drawer and the knife is gone. It's empty. There's nothing inside. Wait, nothing inside? That's strange. Because it definitely wasn't before. I'm positive I put the knife I got from Toko in here. Wait, that means... was it a dream? The knife they told me to keep safe. I knew it. I just had a feeling. It wasn't a dream after all. But if that's true, this all makes even less sense. Why would someone have wanted to attack me? Oh, you do the same thing. Looked at. Yeah. Why would someone want to attack me? After who and who was behind the mask? Why was Kyoko? Why does Kyoko do anything? Well, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out on my own. Should head to the dining hall. Then I can talk to everyone else about it. Leave the area. Oops. Board.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto. Yep, that's Makoto. Sure, the sky is blue. Talking like that. Hey, Hina. Okay. Why is it only us? Not that I don't enjoy your company. You really had me worried, you know? What happened to you last night? Worried?
I mean...
Yeah, right after nighttime hit, we all went to get you. We were hammering away at your doorbell, but you never answered. We thought maybe you'd been, you know... I mean, not that actually happened. I mean, nobody here would wanna, you know... The habit spoiled the entire first season. Sure. Interference. I don't know what slasher. I don't know what you're talking about. New to me. We would wanna, you know. So anyway, what were you doing? I didn't feel good, so I went right to bed. I had no idea you guys even showed up. But why did you come to get me? Did something happen? Well, lots of stuff actually. I'm not sure I can actually explain.
Okay.
Let's go meet up with everyone else, then they can tell you all about... Why do I feel like... So, is everyone waiting somewhere else or something?
That's right.
Oh yeah, we stayed up the whole night. The whole night? I lost at rock, paper, scissors, so I had to come get breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
We got here just in time. Come on, help me carry it. Okay, sure. Everyone's in the gym. Hurry up, I'll meet you there. Gym? Why is everyone in the gym? And the entire night? Oh, it's a show on Netflix. Done it slash. Oh, it's pretty good. Okay, well, try to remember that. I can't guarantee anything. Very nice. Let's go to the gym. Okay. What it is. Okay. Good for what it is. That's always good. Because honestly, like, some of my favorite movies are absolutely terrible. Like, I love Napoleon Dynamite. It's awful. No one understands it. Oh, wait. Oops. Wrong. Right there. Hey. Ah, here he is. There he is. If you miss out on it. Better turn of phrase. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
This is worse than being late for your wedding, the birth of your son, and your own funeral all at once.
What?
Jeez. Show up now, like it's no big deal. You made us to stay up all night while you slept like a baby in your bed? Like Hina said, no one was there besides Kyoko. Then I noticed form a circle around something. And I saw what that something was. What the? Before I could catch myself, I'd cried. Whoa! Yo! Okay.
What are you doing?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to read that. What are you doing?
What does it look like? We're dismantling it to see what makes it tick.
How?
Dismantling?
How? What?
But I mean, that's Monokuma you're messing with, right?
There's more than one, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey?
She's not even phased.
Relax. There's no danger. How? You say that, but... What is this? What are you guys doing? What the fuck? Okay, Byakuya, you better fucking explain yourself. Seriously, what are you thinking? How can you say tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous? Would have thought a shame for screwdriver. Stop it. Oh. Isn't that dangerous?
What?
Idiot. If you had been sleeping in, you'd already know what's going on.
Hey, come on.
Well, I guess I'll handle this. I'll explain what's going on, Makoto, because that's how much I like you. Fuck. Byakuya found this little fella laying around, then we tore it apart. That doesn't explain anything.
What?
Before we went to bed last night, I came to the gym to try to talk to Monokuma. I wanted to see if he had any new information about Kyoko's disappearance. And I found him here, just like normal. However, when I found him, he was no more a regular toy. He didn't react, didn't say a word. You're saying he wasn't moving at all? I waited there until nighttime officially, but still Monokuma laid there motionless. I gathered everyone up as quickly as possible so they could take a look. Oh! Sticky follower? New follower? Who is it? Heard the sound. Unless I'm going crazy. I don't know. Okay, even so, he didn't make a move. So I immediately initiated this assembly process. It was master stroke of genius. A chance to find out what made Monokuma tick. One thing we discovered is quite a it's leagues beyond any normal remote control toy. Who has enough free time to invest in something like that anyway? Oh, I'm not going crazy? Okay. But besides that, what I'm wondering is, why did he stop moving all of a sudden? I thought maybe he'd malfunctioned, but we didn't find any cause as we were taking him apart. So if he didn't break down,
So in other words,
then maybe something happened to his puppeteer, the mastermind, something expected. Oh, Kyoko! Kyoko! I can't imagine any other possibility. Something unexpected. They were probably so scared of Master they ran away in terror.
Could it be?
Or maybe they got sick or something? But Monokuma made his announcement this morning, right? So who was that, if not the mastermind? Oh, I'm sure that's a recording. It's set to a timer and plays as necessary. True. He says the exact same thing every day, right? Hey guys, I don't think now's a good time for light conversation.
You know?
Oh no. I just found something. What is it? It's a... Yeah!
Huh?
It's what? Bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot. A bomb? Ba-bomb? Sex ba-bomb. That's super bad. We need to get rid of it. Roger that. Here's the bomb has a motion sensor. Any sudden movements, it's sure to go off. But motion sensor for serious? Ah, I'm starting to get all shaky.
Just a second.
Hey, get it together. You're a man, aren't you? Well, that's the second time they've said that. But... I'm fine. I'm totally fine. You're not fine. You're not. You're all. Oh, I probably should have mentioned the motion sensor is off right now. Jeez, don't scare me like that. You're like the world's most spineless worm of the century.
Don't be mean.
Oh, this was, well, hey, come on. The century's just getting started. Don't call the race already. Oh, your memory might be a little... Yeah. Yeah, this game brought to you by... Department. Yep. Whatever, just hurry up and put the bomb down. Hanging on to it's not gonna do any more good. Yeah, good call.
Well?
Okay, it's down. Everything's all good. Carol put the bomb down, but it wasn't my main concern at that point. My eyes are glued to Monokuma's remains. He just stopped moving all. Was it really because something had happened to the mastermind that they weren't expecting? But what could that have been? When I thought about it, Kyoko. Oh. The bomb wasn't the yeah, exactly. I couldn't help but think back to the night before. Being attacked by that masked figure.
Just a second.
Hey, Makoto? Huh?
Hey.
Don't us. Did you hear a thing we just said? Huh? So that's a no. What are you, some kind of brain-dead farm animal? Sorry. Thing, since we're done dismantling Monokuma, what should now? And we've decided to continue our offensive assault.
It's all clear now.
Try and uncover the mastermind's true identity. We're going to break into the headmaster's room. But really?
Naturally.
Since the mastermind appears to have stopped all activity, now is our chance. Wouldn't you agree? But if the mastermind comes back while we're in there...
What?
If you're scared, you're welcome to stay here by yourself.
What the heck?
Or go live in a chicken coop with all the other chickens. You can be chicken number 6.
Such ignorance.
This is a battle, a fight to the death between us and the mastermind. We don't have time to deliberate.
But...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to kill each other or anyone else. But we have a chance now. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to run away or are you going to fight? Ugh. You're right. I'll go with you.
It's all clear now.
Okay then, we're going to break into the headmaster's room. Everything comes down to this moment. Anything can happen, so prepare yourselves. I'll follow you anywhere, Master, to all the ends of the earth. Sakura, if you can hear me, lend me your strength.
How about that?
I can do this. I'm a man and I can do this. I've got the will of the entire universe on my side. We each found determination in our own ways, and when we were ready, we left the gym. Our target was the headmaster's room on the 4th floor of the school. Why is... Naturally... Okay. Make sure you don't get in his way.
Okay.
Sakura's gonna be watching over us. So we're definitely gonna find something to help us bring this to an end. Ugh. Toko's a bitch. I've never really liked her. We finally reached the climax. Let's hurry up and finish it before the mastermind catches us all. So I'm gonna have to open the door.
Let's go.
This is where we expose every last detail of the mastermind. Is everyone ready? I have to open the door, always. Rattle, rattle. It's locked, as suspected. So, what are you gonna do?
What?
Isn't it obvious? We're going to tear this door off its hinges. Wait, but the rules say... We've seen that the mastermind isn't watching. Those don't matter anymore. But like Makoto said, if the mastermind did show up while we were in there...
So in other words...
Yeah, Monokuma has popped up. But then we'll just have to finish our business before that can happen.
Hey.
Okay, sure, but...
What?
We've come this far. We can't back down now. We agreed this is what we have to do, so we have to do it. Oh, beautiful.
I mean...
For serious? Always for serious.
What the heck?
We don't have a choice. We're desperate.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's rip this door down.
Actually...
Okay. Okay, but how are we actually gonna do that? This thing looks pretty sturdy. If you're thrusted into a group of high school students with higher self-esteem than the PC, of course they're gonna make you open the door. Yep. Then we'll need something sturdy of our own. Oh, what about that one thing? The thing in the tool shed. Pickaxe? Oh yeah, the pickaxe.
I see.
Interesting. That could very well... No. 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 Why? Why? What's the matter? No. Why can't you rest? Uh-oh, I hear fireworks outside. That's why. You can chill. Interesting. That could exactly be what we need. Okay. Now then, Coco, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So it's probably 9 on the dot now.
It's all clear now.
Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01. Oh! That's straight up unreasonable! By myself?
Naturally.
Surely you like to have your me time once in a while, right? Well, if it's me and you time master, then yeah.
What?
You know how much time it took for you to say that? 10 seconds. Take too long and I'll erase your existence from my consciousness. Oh, boy. Unacceptable! With that, Toko ran off, loud as a herd of rabid elephants.
Hey.
You're serious, though. Are we just gonna knock this door down? No problem is solved by running away. Find your stones and... Not gendering everything. He's right. No, he's not! You can't move forward by always avoiding danger.
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
Yeah. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice.
Hey.
Am I wrong? Even if it's dangerous, we have to overcome the challenges in front of us. Maybe, but I'm still super stressed. Well, yeah. I'm so tense I can hardly talk. I'm all flubber, but no. Totally flabber, Fap sauce? Gross! Where'd you come from? Wait, Genocide Jill? Where'd you come from? Oh.
You called for me and so I appeared.
Hello, hello. It's the murdiferous fiend. Here to greet you with a razor-sharp smile. Okay. They're being so loud. What about the pickaxe? Where is it? I was supposed to pick an axe? No, you seeping imbecile. The pickaxe! Seeping imbecile? Oh, master! You wound me with your executive level barbs. Here comes the bloody nose! Seriously though, did you forget the pickaxe?
Give it a rest.
Omega-3 fatty acids, that's what you need. Great for the old memory factory. But I think we already established that their memory doesn't carry over when they switch.
Not possible.
This is a level of uselessness I find difficult to tolerate.
Yes.
Ah! The light bulb just went on.
I see.
That's why I went to the garden, right? I was supposed to get the pickaxe. Alright, we solved one mystery. That means there's just one more mystery left. One more mystery?
Have you reached that certain age?
Yeah. Yep, now we need to just figure out the identity of Object X. Okay.
So,
Now, what are you talking about? Did you already forget what we were talking about? You're like missing out on life. I'm not missing out on life. In fact, I found one in the garden. What? What did you find? Orpus?
you SOB!
No! A corpse?
Yep.
That's right, I found a corpse in the garden. Found a corpse in the garden?
What did you
Well
say?
then, before we enter the headmaster's room, it appears we have something else to look. Okay,
Come on.
we're going to the garden. Okay. soon as we entered the garden, thought I didn't want to, but oh. I saw someone laying on the ground with a mask covering their face. And there was a knife buried in their stomach up to the hilt. There should be more blood. There should be a lot more blood. I don't know. Buried the stomach up to the hilt. What the? Are they really dead? For sure, but who is it? Okay. Just to make things clear. Last night I was attacked by someone wearing a mask. And whoever that was now they're... I don't know why, but now they're laying dead in front of me. I told ya! There's a corpse hanging out here.
No way!
Are they really dead? Is this really a dead body? I mean, Hina. Oh. Gendering was a pet peeve of mine in the game. As hilarious and enjoyable as I found the game. Yeah, the way that... Yeah, I was making a lot of grumbles about Chihiro and how they treated her, I guess.
What?
You need to begin looking around right away. However, ever so careful, there's no telling what you might find. Fucking... Well, there's no body announcement. You need to find out who this actually is. There's no way of telling with the mask covering their face like that. And the white coat they're wearing makes it impossible to tell anything about the body itself. Shoes. The victim is a total mystery. But one thing I do know is that whoever did this, they attacked me last night in my room. But why? How did they wind up dead in here? Their heart isn't beating. They're not breathing. All signs of life have come to a complete stop. Thanks to the knife that's been driven into their stomach, their clothes are stained a bright red. It appears the bleeding has stopped, but the blood that's there is still wet. Careful you don't touch it and get some on you. How can you be so calm at a time like this? Who is it? Their face and body are all hidden, so I don't have a clue. I'm pretty sure it's a girl, at least. Huh? How can you tell? Well, I think I see the outline of her chest and just the general shape of the body. Also the shoe. Yeah, the more I look, the more I'm sure it's a girl. Really? Then it could be. Okay then. Let's just tear the mask clean off.
Come on.
Wait, don't! But by the time he called that, it was already too late. Toko's hand shot out toward the mask. In the next instant... Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! There's a blinding light and a deafening roar. Oh, shit! Toko's like... The body blew up. It blew... I get it. Okay. Shit! Toko! My vision started to darken. I prepared to pass out. But then...
Come on.
Hurry up. put out the fire. As my consciousness attempted to float away, that voice reached up and pulled me back down to earth. Someone pressed something into my hands. It was a bucket of water. Come on, dump the water on it. Okay. The upper half of the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed the water as hard as I could. Sploosh. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Yeah, Toko just flew. Okay, it died down, leaving behind only an unpleasant smell. So that's not Toko's hair, right? Guess that took care of it. But what the hell, man? It exploded? I had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would explode. And now the body is burnt to a crisp. That's beyond well done, man. Don't compare it to a steak. I'll never be able to eat steak again. Oh, be careful you don't touch it, but touch it, you can take the mask off. Oh yeah. Okay. But now that the body's charred, I really have no idea. Check the hair. How we can find out who it was. Who isn't here right now? Well, Kyoko, huh?
What?
If you consider who's not here, that will quickly narrow it down who it must be. There's only one person missing. It's Kyoko. Not Kyoko! Kyoko! And that dead body is Kyoko? No, that can't be right. Calm down. I didn't say it was Kyoko. But I mean, who else? There is one other person.
In other words,
the mastermind. What? The mastermind?
What the heck?
Come on, there's no way. The mastermind got charbroiled? It's serious. I agree. Normally, the idea wouldn't be worth considering. But I have a reason to believe it may be true. The mastermind being dead would explain that other matter, wouldn't it? Monokuma can hardly move around if its master is dead, right? But that corpse is a girl, right? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, remember what Alter Ego said? So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
What the heck?
He said the mastermind is some middle-aged dude. Not 30s is not middle-aged, right? Which the corp obviously isn't. Then could that mean the mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is it the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? The ultimate despair? Huh? Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student at Hope's Peak.
what?
What are you talking about? The other day, Kyoko confided in me that there is a 16th student here in the school.
What?
I think you'd better tell us everything you know. Well, all that Kyoko told me was...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
How many times is this gonna be shown?
In the school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Sounded like Kyoko thinks this is the mastermind. No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. What? I don't have any proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right.
I see.
There's another student here, and it's a female? That would match the body's characteristics.
So,
And the phrase, the ultimate despair, sounds super mastermindy, doesn't it?
Could it be?
Okay, so mastermind is this girl Mukura, and she's a student here, and she's the ultimate despair. But if she's been hiding here in the school like some teenage Bigfoot, oh, how'd she wind up burnt to a crisp?
What the heck?
None of this makes any sense. To just suddenly show up and then die. I think we'd better take a closer look at the body. There may be some clues to help us figure out exactly who it is. Oh, hey, wait!
What?
Are you forgetting something? You know, Toko? Toko. Oh yeah, she totally got blown up, huh? Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her. Oh. Oh, she survived! Oh, she survived. Huh? What just happened? Master!
Stop talking.
You declared for the whole world to hear you that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen. Oh, then I don't mind breathing in the carbon dioxide you exhale. That's enough for me to live.
What the heck?
Strangest back and forth I've ever seen. Fuck. I should take a close look at the body one more time.
so,
Watch yourself, Makoto. She may be dead, but she's still a girl. Oh. Don't worry, don't plan on touching the body all that much. I'm not Kyoko, after all. Oh, shit. Hold on, there's something on the ground there. Oh. That's fair. Something next to the body. It's a key? Is that what Kyoko took from Monokuma? But what did you steal?
So,
Steal this. No. Key? Looking at it, I could tell it wasn't just any key. It was shaped like Monokuma. It was probably the only key of its kind on Earth. That's right, the key she stole was shaped like Monokuma. This isn't anything like that. Then this key is...
What?
What is it? Did you find something? Yeah, this was on the ground near the body. I've never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to? Oh, even you don't know then? What? Yeah, 30 is not middle age. Yeah, I'm about to turn 28 in 20 days. So, yeah, I get that. You don't even know? Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task. Huh?
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought were locked. I mean,
So, in other words,
the biolab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor. There are dorm rooms on the... What? It's in your hands. So I'm errand boy now? Okay, oh, thank you for the early birthday. Okay. It's time for bed. Yeah, like, I've been streaming for a very long time. Okay, and it's like 4 in the morning. So I think it's time. I don't want to stop. Okay. I'm gonna stream tomorrow then. Save twice for good luck. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat. Okay. Closing out of the game. Closing. Out of it. Sleep well. I should be. Well, I don't know what my plans are for today, really. But if I can, I will stream maybe around 8 or 9 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. Or today. Really? Oh, you donated $5. Oh, thank you. I just noticed that. Ah. Okay. Well. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. See you later.